Welcome everyone, and we are continuing on here in the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 split of the League of Legends JV portion, the tournament. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco, the literal dragon, on his birthday.
Hey.
And we're going to be covering some wonderful action. How you feeling today, birthday boy?
I'm feeling older. The joints popped in the morning, and honestly, that just tells me that colder weather is coming our way, because fall is just around the corner. And also, as much as our other roommate likes to say, Spooktober is just a few days away. So we're going to be getting our costumes ready, but that also means I'm hoping for some extra bloody games tonight.
I know, you got to stay in the theme of things, right?
Yeah.
But we are going to be diving into the second round of the NACE Star League here, Fall 2021 split. We are in the Swiss bracket, so these teams that we'll be seeing tonight are on a winning spree so far, at least one under their belt apiece. But one of them will be losing tonight as we go into two best of threes as well.
Yeah, you got to make your series and your win-loss a little bit dirty, especially early on in this season. And not to mention, you have to do it against teams that are at the same level as yourself, to where, like we had that discussion even just last week, if you have a competition that's closely tied to your own power level, that's how you train. That's how you make those shonen arcs like in Dragon Ball and in Naruto, where you can keep getting stronger and stronger and getting ready for that next big boss opponent. And for this first series, it's University of Kentucky White versus the Delaware Blue Hens, JV team.
Yeah, it's a big mouthful there for sure, but we're getting our Southeast Division bout between those two teams, obviously winning their first round 2-0 over SVU for the University of Kentucky White, and then the UD Blue Hens got a 2-0 victory for themselves as well over Niner White. So both teams with a little bit of momentum to start off the season. Very excited to see them come to blows here today, as you said, hoping for that bloody bout.
Another thing to point out too, it is the Kentucky White team, which is their varsity squad,
Hmm.
against the JV Blue Hens, which means that these programs and these orgs have multiple teams running in this competition and have multiple teams that they are supporting. So that's something that is of great news for myself, because going from just a few weeks ago of some colleges only having one team or not supporting at all, and
Mm.
it's players trying to fight for their own right and trying to win an argument over for their schools. These teams are pretty much settled, and they have a good community already growing through it. So hopefully there's a lot of development that could be coming through, and that these players are looking to make that extra step going further beyond in their career.
It's all about the culture. Talking about those players, though, we're gonna have the rosters coming up on the list here. See what we got in the breakdowns going through. I know there's a couple names through here that I'm excited to see as well, but it's gonna be fun as well as getting to see Shouting Cloth there over for the Blue Hens. I just like the name itself, but also just the fact that jungle is key right now, and I think Twitch, Aiden, and going up against Shouting Cloth will be interesting to see how that interludes with the rest of the map as well.
Yeah, and the other thing too is sort of the versatility of the jungle as well, right? And how the teams interact with the pools that both Shouting Cloth and Aiden will have. Because into that end, it'll be able to create some more unique compositions to either really complement those unique players themselves, or to really make a more well-rounded team composition, and bringing out fighters for either Fat Dragon and Yakuza to bring out in that top side, or maybe some hyper carries, which we haven't seen of as late in Elite Okami and Sobeski. So that's what I'm going to be really excited for. And both these teams are in sort of the same skill level as well, both D2 average levels for these two squads.
Yeah, and we saw last week we got to go to the distance in a very tight matchup like this in our first series of the day. So I'm very excited. Maybe we'll get the dream of 6 games. I know it's got to happen at some point during the season. Why not start off strong here, Coco? We'll see how that all
True.
works out.
Yeah. For a birthday present, I think 6 games might just be fine and dandy for me.
You hear that, teams? All right, we got to get 6 games for the Dragon, or
Come on.
else. It is going to be a fun one though, and other than that, right? I do want to continue to bring the highlight on these programs, right, and seeing
Sure.
the development through the week as we're going to be getting into the draft and stuff here later on. The biggest focus for us is to see how these programs develop, and right, we're second round here. It's not that far into the season, but we still want to maintain that conversation throughout the
Yeah.
entire season and see the growth of these programs, right? And as you were saying, both of these programs have some depth in the tournament itself, but as well as those communities, those cultures growing. So I always like to bring up that conversation. Maybe some people get a little tired of me bringing it up all the time, but I think it's an important one when you have a tournament based around Collegiate League of Legends like this.
Oh, of course. And that's what college is all built up for, right? Is that community, is that building a reputation and standing behind your teams, no matter what, through thick and thin.
Yeah.
And this being the beginning of that season helps tell that story of how these players are going to be able to create their own careers throughout the rest of 2021 and into the 2022 season. And as that is, we have to get into the first game of the series as we have jumped into draft. And another friendly reminder that this level, at the collegiate level, picks and bans vary. It is not cut and dry. You're not seeing meta champions being left on the table or just being taken away, and that's where those one tricks come out to play. As Echo and Alistair, already familiar faces for these squads, are now being taken off the board.
Indeed, University of Kentucky on that blue side, the University of Delaware on the red. Very interesting to see the big focuses we see. I still believe in the meta adaptation that can come through in a best of three. I think it's really interesting to watch and being able to see some of the things trickle in that we have seen in competitive meta, but as well
Yeah.
as all the home flair that we see from the collegiate programs. The Amumu comes off the board as well as the Nunu, both having a little bit of presence here recently as well. Camille also going to be banned away by University of Kentucky.
Another one of those dominant top laners as well. Something we'd have to be keeping our eye out with Yakuza in the top side against Fat Dragon. And with how these bans have gone out, we've got a lot of mid laners and junglers taken away from Kentucky and the Blue Hens. I'm looking at some supports and that top side of the map. So that tells me what those teams are prioritizing on either thinning out or trying to get that advantage. And with Camille taken away, Nar is the first option for Fat Dragon himself to pick that up blind, which If it was any other top laner, I would have a bit of a problem, but Nara as a blind pick is probably the safest bet that they can go with.
Yeah, I do like Nar for a little bit of the setup. You get the gauntlet immediately thrown down by the University of Delaware, though. They get the Aurelia in as their first pick. Gonna go with something else here as their second, but I love to put the highlight on that because it's a playmaker for sure to start
Okay.
off the series. And Lilia gonna be joining the squad here for the Blue Hens.
I'm a little interested to see on where these two will go, just because the versatility of these two champions, they can go into different areas, right? Aurelia can go into the mid and the top lane. Lilia has been rising up to be a top laner more than a jungler, so we could see that come into play. However, it is against that Gnar. Lilia is usually used as a counter pick into those melee matchups, so it's most likely going to be cut and dry here, top jungle here for Aurelia and Lilia, as we do have the bottom lane as the next priority for Kentucky.
I like the final pieces that could fall here for Kentucky. There's so many things you can go with the Caitlyn right now, but I love to see when Caitlyn is utilized like she used to be, where you're pushing down the objectives, you're pushing down the towers, and a tried and true duo with the Morgana is not
All
gonna
right.
not gonna dissuade that at all.
And this duo dominated last week as well,
It
but
did.
the Colorado State University team just it popped off in that bot side of the map. Kichi piloted that Caitlyn phenomenally, so we'll have to keep an eye on what this counter pick is going to be for the Blue Hens. Because once you figure out sort of that counter pick, the rest of the meta just shifts it. They say, all right, this is no longer
Mhm.
the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme as it is. We're going to start abusing this a little bit more or figure out what is the next top tier. And it is Lulu that is going to be the third pickup here for the Blue Hens. Versatile, it leaves that Kog'Maw open, but it also gives that opportunity for Kentucky to ban out a lot of those hypercarry ADCs that they think they can contest that of their bottom side of the map.
I really, really am interested in seeing the split of, I guess solo lane Lulu is a possibility here for Delaware, but being able to pick up this Lulu kind of separates that a little bit more,
Sure.
making me wonder if we're going to see that go into a solo lane or if it's going to be paired up with an ADC in the second phase. I always do find it interesting to split that kind of decision up, though. The Lucian does come off the board for Kentucky, the Talia, and potentially the Jarvan coming off the board for
Okay.
Delaware.
I do agree with you with the Lulu pick that it could still be argued as a flex.
They're
And
just banning away all the ADCs, though.
yeah, but it's not the Kog'Maw and the Jinx that I would be expecting out of like a Lulu like bot lane. Because a Felios Lucian, you're thinking more of the bruisers, right? Like
Yeah.
Resh, Alistar, which is banned, Leona, Braum, Nautilus, like those frontliners that can get in and allow these duelers to duel. And Lulu allows people to sit back and create some space. You polymorph the backline or those damage dealers, and then you buff up your ADC to where they can just dish out damage with the additional assistance of help picks. So the Jinx is exactly what I'd be expecting of the Blue Hens to take. I love that composition already. You've got some space here with Lily and Aurelia to sort of slow down these team fights and allow this Jinx to ramp up. Now I just need some lockdown potential to get those resets online, because I'm looking at a lot of resets here for the Blue Hens, and they just need that coming out of their mid lane.
Ooh, the Ziggs. All right. So maybe we're sticking to what I was talking about. Just going for the base destruction
All
comp
right.
here from the University of Kentucky as they do lock in that Ziggs. They're going to need some powerhouse jungling coming through, though, for themselves as well. So expect that to be the fifth pick on the blue side. But then you got to think of the counter pick available, what's available for the University of Delaware on the other side as well, as Nocturne is the hover right now from Kentucky.
And it will be locked in. Not something we've seen as an early game dominant jungler, but is able to create that zone control and that overall map state to help out with this sieging composition, right? It's not there to snowball against this Lilia and just go insane. It's to power farm, get to level 6, and then use the nightmare to just turn off the lights and then jump onto one of those picked out waves or those lanes where you can start to create a priority to set up that siege. And as that has now come into play, Swain is picked up into this mid lane, which we have not seen in a long time.
I'm very excited about this one. Swain, one of my favorite champions in general, but being able to see how unique you can fit him into a composition, and especially when you're looking at this University of Delaware composition, it gets a bit scary when you're pairing
Yeah.
up that Jinx Lulu with the Swain Lilia Aurelia on top of it. I'm looking at how much gold the University of Kentucky can pick up for themselves early on. Especially, I know you were talking about the early game skirmishing, maybe not always there for the Nocturne, but I need to see gold in the pockets of Nocturne early on for it to be a viable champion as we crest into the mid and late game. And I
For
want to
sure.
see how the University of Kentucky can really tie all those pieces together. The very strong focus on getting these outer towers down early with their composition and transitioning that into a mid game where they can feel strong.
It's the name of the game for themselves. So I think they're just on a timer, right, at this moment.
Yeah.
It's something where, for me, if University of Kentucky can get the ball rolling early, can create that dominant lane presence, and then be able to almost surgically precision all of these lanes and these turrets to get to that economic, overwhelming state where they just have so much money that Delaware can't do anything against them. And this is where it comes into that philosophy of what objectives do you prioritize, right? Because I
Yeah.
look at Kentucky and I say, don't look at Dragon, just focus Rift Herald topside. Make sure that you always get this Herald early to get those plates, to get the ball rolling early, and that you can cash in on those mythic items as fast as you can. Where on the other side, Delaware is about stalling that game out. The only issue for me is that they, though thankfully, get to choose the bottom side and say, let's prioritize Dragon for the late game investment of the stats. They don't have a jungler that can just solo the Dragon like a
Yeah.
Nocturne could. So they are playing on a little bit of a back foot, and to that end, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to execute when it comes into that more important mid-game performance like you were talking about.
Yeah, and I do want to see what kind of priority we obviously get over the dragon stacking early on. We have seen at least in the meta here recently, there's two different approaches you can take, as you're saying, taking the Rift Herald approach where you're really doubling down, moving people up, getting the lane assignments the way you want them for those Rift Herald
Yeah.
fights, and the other side of it where you're trying to just stack those dragons as quick as possible, get that stacking up, and be able to proceed that into Baron fights and things along those lines. So I really want to see what kind of adaptations we see from both these programs here going into this game, especially in the first game of best of three, where both teams are coming off 2-0 victories last week. It's a little bit of confidence, it's a little bit of momentum going forward, and we'll see how that plays into these two teams' desires.
So much can be told off of how much momentum you can have going into a game and going through a season, right? The more confidence you're able to accrue, and this is just the start of the season. We're only
Yeah.
2 weeks in.
It's literally 2
And
weeks, yeah.
It's like we're already getting to that hype moment. So, because it only
Swiss
takes
bracket, baby.
yeah, it only takes like one, like maybe 2 to 3 series. Like if you go undefeated through 3 series and you go 6-0, it's hard to stop that roll because you are confident, you are making aggressive plays, and you are going for those high risk, high reward situations that can really pop off. So I think the underlying tone and the narrative of this series is the beginning of a snowball, the beginning of an avalanche almost, of how these two teams can just make this season a dominating landslide for them going into the future, as we are still waiting on that spectator delay for us to get onto the Rift.
The biggest thing for me is the approach that both these two teams are taking, right? Like, I feel like you get a little bit of that tried and true comfort in the meta for the University of Kentucky with the Morgana Caitlyn. You get a little bit of the spice that we've been seeing bubble up a little bit with the Nocturne, but it's really a key to make it all work. And on the other side, you have a lot of things that you can play back on. If worse comes to worse, you know, you scale up, you go for fights, you look for those late game skirmishes and things along those lines. And I think that seeing these two teams approach this best of three differently, I want to also keep an eye on that as we go through and see if those strategies kind of come into line, or if we see some changes in those natures as we go on.
Perhaps we'll have to keep a good note on that as well. Write down in the notebooks. Put a little. I don't know how did you keep track of your notes in college? Because for me, the cat year on the page was never really the best. I usually actually had like a big flat bookmarker that you could use like a dry erase marker on. So it's like something important happened in said book. Well, like I'm a broadcast production major, so it's a lot more about like, this is how you do key lighting, this is how you do points, this is this is about jib op. So it's like a lot of that. I don't know, how did you lay that around?
I took it all by hand. Probably not the smartest idea.
All by
Everybody
hand.
else was using laptops and iPads and stuff. I took it all by hand. I had like multiple different journals for each subject, but in those journals, I don't think I had very much structure. I think I kind of kept it a little wild as we go through the season, but or like the season rather the semester. It's all League of Legends now. But there's a little chaos in my note taking. I would say that my note taking is a lot more structured now, especially as we've
Oh yeah.
gotten into broadcasting.
Right, like it changes you, doesn't it? Because it's
It
like
does.
like one of the first lessons you learn, and this is like middle school, high school level tech of just like shorten your sentences. Don't just like write down exactly like a
Yeah.
transcript, and then
Summarize.
yeah, it's just summarize it, shorten all those words down, and gosh, it saved me so much paper, man. So much paper was saved because of just like shortening words and like making little like tangents, and then you have like a little asterisk next to something, and it's like a reference. God, I don't miss those
It's
days. I'm sorry, but I don't.
there was some beauty in trying to organize notes in college, like
There
trying to
was.
figure out how to fit it all onto a page nicely where you can actually read it. I'm really hoping that these students here in the for University of Kentucky, University of Delaware have gotten some proper note taking skills as they've gotten through these programs as
True.
well. Because taking some notes on League of Legends is important, and especially like
Yeah.
taking notes on this series. Maybe they got a coach, maybe they got a friend, somebody taking notes behind the scenes for them. I'm very excited to see this kind of unveiling for both these teams as we get further along into the season.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought up the whole discussion of coaching, right? Because it's like both these teams have programs that have multiple players and multiple rosters that are filled in the tournament, and the question is, who has coaches, who doesn't, who has that capability to go back to the break room and have that person who watched the entire game from that outside perspective and did that note taking and saying, all right, this
Hmm.
is where we could be improving. This is how I think we can fix the draft. This is where I can assign different responsibilities or new kind of tasks to be completed or assignments to look for going into the next game of the series. And that's where that next great question is like, how is that coaching system? Because you and I have been very familiar with some of the more upper echelon collegiate systems like Kennesaw, like Maryville, that just dominate the scene with some great coaching ecosystems behind them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually impressive, and that's why I love to see these kinds of voting systems mesh with all these different levels, I guess, of
Yeah.
structure within the programs, because a little bit goes a long way, and I feel like a lot of passion goes into these situations, and a lot of passion goes into these programs, and like seeing that mixed with resources when they are earned and when they are finally grabbed, I guess, is
Yeah.
so cool to see, and each team is fighting for their own thing, right? Legacies, building programs,
Yep.
things like that. It all ties into seasons like this. Like I said earlier, a little bit goes a long way. And talking about a long way, we are finally on to Summoner's Rift. What a beautiful transition, ain't it,
Let's
Coco?
go.
We get to hit the rift for the first time of the evening. There are two best of threes ahead of us, so strap in, get some snacks, get some drinks. We've got the University of Kentucky White going against University of Delaware Blue Hens JV.
I have to say, I'm a little bit back on that horse of hoping Delaware can execute this composition properly. Because reminding ourselves back into this game is that their composition, though very lethal, takes time, and it'll be taking that necessary itemization power spikes, the map states, the tempo control to get to that point where they can just ball up as a fist and just death ball down mid lane and be able to get those resets for both Die in the top side on the Aurelia and for Gohans on this Jinx to be those hyper Ks that those champions are so notorious for being. But they're up against that challenge of Kentucky White, who has a much more lane focused and siege pressured composition that would rather fight against your defenses than fight against your manpower.
Yeah, I'm wanting to actually see how this Swain fits into the composition as we're actually looking at a little bit of vision game being put on by Milky Way there as the Nocturne. Just trying to get vision as a Nocturne is very important. I feel like, especially when you're making early pathing decisions and
Yeah,
trying to find ways around the map.
vision is the name of the game for Nocturne, right? Like the either the sort of vast amount of vision or the lack of that you're able to sort of take away from your opponent to where they're either not confident or they just are unknown to your position and how you can sort of manipulate everything around that. Another thing too is we have not seen these two kind of junglers, the power farm to level 6 jungler of Nocturne and then Dayuni's Lilia, really clash in recent times, especially for myself. Even in solo
Yeah.
queue, I do not see a Lilia that often. So seeing how that plays out and how those lanes will interact will be focused, as we already see like that level 2 win from Dai is setting some pressure onto this blind pick Gnar.
Taking a extra tower shot definitely not going to help your case there, but the pressure is going to be nice early on for University of Delaware on the top side of the map. But man, even some deep vision going down here, just making sure they know. I like it. A little bit late, but I can appreciate it. The fact that you're able to see that now Milky Way is going to be towards the bot side of the map.
It's that investment, right, of just going in, hard pushing your lane and trying to find that gap of where the waves are now crashing. He's not missing any EXP whatsoever. He gets that vision for free, and that vision tells him, Gromp's gone. He knows that this Milky Way's Nocturne is on the bottom side of the map, and his bottom lane can continue to play as passive as they need to be. He's in a place where he can start dueling, and he can start dishing more damage against Fat Dragon.
Ooh, yeah, talking about damage being dealt, it's still more damage being done to Fat. Oh, first blood! And the tower shot's not going to follow. The minions are trying their darndest, but first blood does go over to die for kills.
A solo kill as well with the jungler on the other side of the map. The TP being forced here from Fat Dragon does give me a little bit of sign of warning. Is flash gone and TP gone on this Gnar? Die for kills can hard reset, TP back, and because Dayuni's Lily is here, you can really make this Gnar's life miserable even with that wave push up. This is looking like bad news bears here for this top side of UK White.
Oh, it's actually going to be a back completed by Dayuni, so not going to pull the trigger on that one this time around. Fat Dragon actually going for a roam, actually down towards mid lane, just see if they can get anything down there, as they do have that timer going over. But we also see on the other side, Milky Way was trying for a little bit of invade, going to get vision down yet again.
Doesn't get any camps though, just as you mentioned, it got that ward onto the Gromp, so we'll spot out Dayuni right here and say hello. We know that Lily is bot side. Be a little bit extra careful here, Asta and French, just to hold any summoner spells available. Even though they are still dominating this bottom side, they're not in any CS advantage, and they haven't really gotten too much damage onto the turret plates either, if that at all at this point. So it's waiting out, getting to that level 6 here for Milky Way, where you can turn those lights off and start going, but I don't think that level 6 will save this top side anymore.
Oh, that's just really rough. Now you're just completely bullied off the wave. Yeah, it's going to be crashing, and you do have Milky Way up here. Not going to be level 6 yet, so it would have to walk into the lane. And Fat Dragon just isn't in a position right now to really get anything done, but Gnar is coming up here soon.
Be careful. Milky Way is not 5. He has a blast cone to hop over if he wants, but he doesn't know that Dai doesn't have vision there.
Oh my god. Gnar almost coming. Die for kills, just goes for it. He's going to die this time, though. He's got to, as he does live up to the name.
What a notorious name to live by, too. Just, it's a full-on ego
had to get it done.
Well.
Just had to. Got the first kill, solo bolo, no big deal. Was like, but I'm not living up to my name right now. I've got to go for it.
Well, thankfully, Milky Way was there to sort of make the deal happen, get the kill for the death. With that one for one trade, you're still at least able to get some participation from Fat Dragon's Gnar, so some gold goes his way. But he's out of this game for the foreseeable future until he gets that mythic, and even then, he has to get out of that lane and out of that 1v1 against Dai's Aurelia to where he can be safe in a side lane. Because that's one of the big win conditions here for Kentucky White's team, is that they need to have side lane pressure to create this place where the Blue Hens have to spread out. They can't allocate all of their resources into one lane where you are primarily sieging. And with that now gone, and with that option sort of off the table for the next few minutes, if not the rest of the game, with how this Gnar is performing, a lot of that win conditions that University of Kentucky built up are gone, and Dayuni's here is making sure that is set in stone and is buried 6 feet under with this potential tower dive.
We'll see if they can pull it off. Not level 6 yet, so not going to have the lilting lullaby just yet, but Actually not going to hit the 12th seed either. So big
Okay.
big execution needed. The topside dive not going to come through for the University of Delaware.
And that was the Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb there to clear the wave to help Fat Dragon on that top side to make sure that he will be a little bit safe and he doesn't lose all that EXP and it at least goes to somebody. But with this change up, this is where we were discussing during the loading screen pretty much. UK White wanted to focus the top side. They needed to have that pressure and they wanted to primarily look for these Rift Shell basements. That isn't available anymore because of how the top lane is going. So he's saying, okay, let's go somewhere where it is safer, it's more secure, and let's also take away one of those wing conditions from Delaware as well by taking this dragon. So a good start here for UK White on at least that side of the map. Though I don't think Blue Hens is sweating just yet.
Not just yet. They, as we were talking about in the draft, still have a very strong composition in whole when they get to those team fights, when they get to that later game, especially. And it was more so University of Kentucky White who we wanted to see get the ball rolling, get the Nocturne going as well. And Milky Way, having gotten the first objective, is going to be nice now, maybe looking for a little bit more, as well as having had that one kill. So that little bit of gold I wanted is there, but maybe keeping up that tempo could do them very nicely, as they haven't gotten the tower destruction that you typically expect from a composition like this.
No. And I feel like a lot of that has been to the great laning phase that GoHands and Cage are dishing out on this Lulu and Jinx combination. They've been able to clear the waves just as efficiently. And this is that threat that I was talking about, right? Is that the bans of the Illusion and Aphelios from Kentucky were a little bit misleading. And with a Lulu support, you want that more spacious and passive playstyle in the laning phase to slowly ramp up and get a hyper carry. That can still duel in the lane. Jinx and Kog'Maw can do that. GoHands decided to go with the Jinx this game, and so far, it's paying off with some good repercussions. You're 10 CS sub, and you're sort of compensating for the deficit that is in your mid lane, where it's Sobeski that's able to sort of take control of this Swain that Okami is trying to pilot.
Yeah, the big thing for the Elite Okami is just trying to get some utilization of abilities with the rest of the team, especially the Uni, as you have a little bit more range, you have a little bit of effectiveness there to try and match Sobeski. But that's another question, and for a little bit later, as the CS differentials are going to be crucial to go down here. You already mentioned mid lane, bot lane, but the big one I'm looking at is the 50 CS differential in top lane, and we've seen the bullying that's already been going down. Now Dayuni is taking advantage of that, going to get the Rift Herald as they're looking for the top lane tower.
That's 3 turret plates left on that top side blue turret for University of Kentucky. So this turret is pretty much as good as gone, and Fat Dragon might just go down with it.
He just wanted to go in for the fight. Does have the Mega Nard, dodges out from the Swirl Seed, and will survive to tail the tail, maybe for a little bit longer. Die for kills, not going to live up to the name this time around. Not going to go for the kills, and not going to go for the tower dive just yet.
With how that trade was going, I think Danny said, you know what, you got the space. I can go ahead and take this topside jungle away from
who's coming
Nocturne,
though,
and then look for this turret eventually. I still think they should. It's weird, right? Because the debate is like, if you keep this Gnar in this lane, he's dead. He's dead by rights. But you want to break this open and get this Aurelia where he can maybe challenge Sobeski's Ziggs and start killing that Ziggs a lot more during this 10 minutes of the game. So with that recall, looks like they're going to hold on to that Rift Herald to really make that right decision and wait out how UK White will sort of interact with themselves on the map, as it is now really Kentucky's turn to take control of a little bit of the Rift more, try and push out, get some vision, and then reset. But with that trade that had just happened on the bottom side of the map, it's just up to the mid and jungle of themselves to see what they can eke away or at least neutralize.
And the fact that we're seeing both junglers go down to the bot side, maybe we'll see a little skirmishing go down, as the Scuttle Crab is going to be there. But the Uni, I was very interested not to see the Rift Herald use top lane, not to just secure that tower, but going to leave that matchup up there for Die for Kills to continue to get the CS differential there, and maybe look to mid, maybe look to bot, somewhere they haven't really been able to put resources. The Milky Way able to get the Scuttle Crab, able to get a little vision onto Uni. Mid lane, not going Sobeski's way. He will have a lot of backup here, though, behind him. Lilting Lullaby is going to be used. Here comes the damage, though. The paranoia at the last second, and Elite Okami gets baited out. Uni not able to help him out. Now it's just going to get everything used. The Dark Binding, is it going to connect? Does the Mega Inferno Bomb on top of it? Mega Death Rocket not going to go into the helping hands of Dayuni. Meanwhile, we get the 1v1 in top lane. Fat Dragon just going to go down, no doubt here. One more tap, one more kill. That's it. Now we're tied 3-3 as Dayuni had died in mid lane.
And a lot of those kills both onto specific players. Milky Way owning all of the Kentuckys. I spoke too
Asta
soon.
with the sniper shot.
Oh, Asta now making sure that it is not just Milky Way who has some gold in his pockets. So Beaski, now with how that whole mid lane went out into fruition, there is some potential for this siege composition of Kentucky White to make some profit into these turret plates. You saw a couple were dropped there in that mid lane, but it's 12.5 minutes. They have 90 seconds left until those turret plates have fallen away, and it's been Delaware's Blue Hens, especially in this top side for Dies, that has been reaping the most rewards during this first 14 minutes of the game. And you can see it on the economy boards right now, 20k each for these teams. But if you just flick the actual wallets available and sort of show where that gold is, it's a massive difference between the top laners of these teams and then the junglers specifically. And that is where this mid game, like you mentioned during the draft, is going to be so important for both of these compositions to really make waves for the next few moments of the game.
Talking about next few moments, this is going to be a death going over on the Gohins. There's no way out of that one. Everybody was down there to say hi, and Siege was nowhere to be found. This has got to be a second dragon going over to the University of Kentucky White.
He's in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot right now, but just wants to make sure that he can deny any forward vision being pushed out by French Horn. And giving his jungler Dayuni a little bit of space to clear their own jungle as well. But with that, we do have an Ocean Soul for this first game of the series. To this end, I'm waiting to see when the next few mythic items are going to be cashed in here for the Blue Hands, because right now, you don't have any. You've got the Blade of the Rune King finished there for Dies Aurelia just to continue doing that trade. I don't expect really a mythic item to maybe even be finished in the next few minutes for the Blue Hands at all, as you already have 3 finished here for Kentucky White.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to have. The only part that seriously worries me and that we haven't gotten any outside influence from for a little while is this top lane. We will see the first tower go over to Die for Kills again. Die for Kills hasn't been in any of these fights so far that we've seen outside of this top lane. So you've got to be worried as the University of Kentucky White as he now is unlocked.
Because that's the worry, right? It's more of which question is going to be answered first of will...
The 2-level difference. That dragon
he messed
just
up on
wants
that blast
it.
cone.
There's the paranoia, though. Yeah, that's going to be it. That's the turnaround that you needed. And the kill, who's it going to go over to? The shutdown into Fat Dragon's pockets.
All right, there we go. That mess up of the blast cone. Very well played from Kentucky. Is now able to get that. What was going to be the question of who's going to be able to shut down the power carries first, but
Wild
the fight's
Growth,
just...
Gohins, they're going 1v1, but no 2v2, and it's going to be Gohins dying first. Mega Inferno Bomb going to finish off Siege, and Asta and French Horn will continue to push down the tower.
And within just the course of 2.5 minutes, this game has blown wide open into Kentucky White's favor. What was just a little bit of a worrying trend in the top side with Dies Aurelia has now been satiated. I'm totally fine with how Kentucky White has been able to handle this beginning stages of the game. Now, like 16 minutes in, those mythic items are cashed in. You're still waiting on Fat Dragon and French Horn to finish theirs, but that's fine. They still can at least neutralize the bottom side of the map here for this Gnar. He's tanky enough to now survive against Aurelia, and the rest of the team is just punishing.
God, so much damage done to Dayuni. He does get the Lilting Lullaby off, but the fear is going to seal his fate. Milky Way is now on a rampage. Udokama is going to pop the Demonic Ascension. Can he get the kill still? Ace in the hole is going to be Zanya's out of. See if they can get it. The damage follow from Asta is here, who is now on his own killing spree. Paranoia used Ace in the hole. Going to be stopped for the second time in a row. But everybody survives, and that's a full fight win from the University of Kentucky White. They get their due diligence, and they will get the Rift Herald as well.
Not a single member died there from Kentucky White, and Milky Way decided to swoop back in to secure the kills and to secure this second Rift Herald of the game for his team. he can sit back and he's feeling great. 5-0 on this Nocturne. He was able to ramp up to that level 6 to where he could start using that paranoia to make an effect and make an influence on these lanes. And even through sort of what was a slow and, I have to say, almost crippling mental, at least for Fat Dragon on this Gnar, early game.
It's still that way. That hasn't changed. Like, that's that's the funniest part to me.
The thing is like, yes, he's still getting oppressed by Aurelia, but like I said earlier, he's tanky enough to survive underneath turrets now. And now he can set up things like this here, where it's like, Dai only knows that he can keep his team alive. Aurelia is the only reason they are still alive in this game and that they can still try and compete. He is his team. And if he falls, if he falters at any moment around any important decision, whether it's around soul point here or further, the game's over. And
the vision game, we talked about it earlier. It is key. It's going to force out the flash of Gohan's. Very immobile ADC, going to be the target now from UK White, as they were able to secure the bot lane here as they look to take the, I guess, all the outer towers at this point, as you had Sobieski in the top side. Now bot side will fall as well.
There's no teleport on Sobieski, so he will be a little late to this dragon, if not right on time with the movement speed that he'll be getting from his level 2 boots. Though, Diver Kills, he has TP. He can sit up here in this top side and say, I'm just going to push and see if I can get the second turret. But the only issue is, Fat Dragon's got that TP too. He knows his team wins the 4v4, so he can sit underneath that turret, stall it out, let his team just completely roll over and wipe things clean, and then take it from there.
I'm sorry that it took me 18 minutes and 45 seconds to realize this. Fat Dragon has Dark Harvest on the Gnar.
Yeah, I just,
I just maybe my brain just didn't want to accept it, and that's why I just didn't see it, because I never usually see that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, Dragon's being taken. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but it's still secured by Deuni. So University of Delaware able to get a neutral objective under their belt again.
Yeah. So while that was happening, while we were figuring out that,
poor Gohan. Yep. You see what happens? You see what happens. Fat Dragon just distracts everybody with the Dark Harvest here, and Sobieski is going to go on his own killing spree. You've got 3 members of the University of Kentucky White team who are on killing sprees at this point.
Oh, Mazel. Like, that dragon, I understand why Dai decided to teleport for it and deny it away, but, like, the rest of his team, the rest of the Blue Hens just stayed around too long. There's no way that they can just be waddling around in their jungle individually, not with the team, not being together, but individually, and then getting picked off one by one every single time here. And they're feeling the full front of the consequences. This bottom inhibitor turret could be really sneezed on by a next wave and maybe a Ziggs. Ziggs can just W that, and it's gone.
Yeah, I was wondering why Sobieski didn't stay around to just finish that tower off, because the little icon did come up, but didn't want to risk the life. I mean, they've got a good thing going here. They've got 4 unkilled members, rather. It's just a little dark spot in the top side, but that's fine. If you win the game, that's all that matters, right, Coco?
Oh yeah, it's like golf, right? It's just the lower number's a little bit better. Like, you want that high number, you always want those more kills, but at this stage, 13-3, there's 6K in the lead. Yeah, let's play a little golf. Let's see if we can get a 11 holes in or something. Or what's the score? I'm not a golfer. We don't have
loving this right now, though, Coco. You're just trying to throw in some golf references here. I mean, I don't know if you've ever played golf.
I have played golf. I've been to a Top Golf.
I've been to a oh my goodness. It's like handing somebody a little paper card and says, yeah, I'm a member. You have no idea what to, but sure. But, you know, golf references aside, this lead against the University of Delaware is very difficult to come out of, right? We talked a little bit more about their setups around objectives, when they want to look for those team fights later on in the game, how their setup looks. Oh, the big thing that could throw a wrench in all that was getting early gold, was getting momentum for the University of Kentucky, and that's exactly what has happened.
Yep. It wasn't as dominant as I would be expecting of the Kentucky White team. Like, this is the varsity team of the University of Kentucky against the JV team, and they had a little bit of a hiccup, and a lot of the lanes didn't really press their opponents as much as I'm going to have to hold on to that. As,
Asta gets taken down. The shutdown goes over. Yes, it will be traded back. Milky Way will get another kill. Will be dominating, but that's the ADC down.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent shutdown too. Only a 600 additional gold there for Aurelia, but he was able to get that kill and make it a 1-for-1 trade when it was 3 members just dogpiling on top of him. And from there,
Pretty much the story of the game, right? Like,
yeah, it's
been everybody dogpiling on a die for kills, hoping they can get him.
Yeah, you gotta live to the mantra. When it's your name, you gotta live to it. And the next stage for me now for Kentucky, though, as I said, they weren't as oppressive as I would have expected them to be during the draft and in that early game. They just need to get this Baron and become that siege composition demon almost to just deal with it. As Demonic Ascension is popped, this is a dead Gnar.
Oh, Swirl Seed is not going to actually connect. Maybe Fat Dragon can still get away here. A little bit of movement speed goes a long way, but the Uni does have more of that. Oh my god, don't tell me. Okay, the flash had to come out from the Uni. Was a little bit scared for his life. Meanwhile, that was all just a distraction. The jungler is not there, and UK White spring on the Baron.
Able to get that with the Baron power play now. This is where I can see this bottom lane is in the sights of the University of Kentucky. Group up, just break open that bottom lane just with the Ziggs, W it in with a Baron empowered wave, take the inhibitor, and then fall back. And then within that time, you can have this soul point available. Dragon's up in 40 seconds. All of that can be done within the time allotted for themselves. Because look at the wave in the bottom side. It's a little bit closer to that of Delaware's defenses. And with that, you'll have a cannon minion to sort of bolster that siege. And there we go. With the teleport coming in from Fat Dragon, they will be doing just that. Though they need to make sure that other places are addressed as well, as that is some brutal damage
the damage
onto
still
the Uni.
connected. Oh, that feels so bad. That's just going to be another kill to Sabisky. As the damage duo are still pushing strong here, Milky Way and Sobieski, the unkilled members, at least the damage members of UK White, as the inhibit mid lane will be just busted down and super minions will begin to flow. Bot lane still being pushed up by Fat Dragon, who I just got to give a huge amount of props to for keeping the head in the game here as the Gnar, as it has been one of bullying by die for kills in the top side of the map, the bot side of the map, anywhere you look, but still being able to remain calm and play as a team. UK White are looking good.
That is trust in your teammates and trust in the draft as well. Knowing that you have the power within these players and these champions to come back from such a oppressive laning phase early in the game. And with 2 inhibitors down, with the resets coming in, I think this is time for maybe the 3rd item to be cashed in for these members of Kentucky. I saw that last Whisper now grabbed up by Asta on the Caitlyn. And the rest of the team has some heal cut. So at this point, it's just a matter of when and where will the final nail be driven into this coffin for the game 1 for University of Kentucky to take this win against Delaware.
Oh, it looks like the first nail is going to be on the die for kills up on the top side. Going to stick to the first part of his name and die, but that push is going to continue to go on the top side as they want to get that final inhib. Just cross their T's, dot their I's on their way to victory.
As much as you can. It's more about sending a message at this point, right? Just to say we've cleaned up your entire defenses. We took everything in your base in this game 1 and we took it in a dominating fashion. How will you be able to handle us in game 2? Because that is where Delaware's minds are at right now. It's not only like, yes, you can try and look for a peek and see if University of Kentucky might overextend or push a little bit too far and allow you to get those resets, but at this point you're just thinking of game 2. What are we taking away? Why is it going to be this Nocturne? Why is Milky Way not going to be able to get this jungler next time around? Or what composition are we going to go for?
He's just willing it now.
Right?
He's just throw it in there. Don't let him get the Nocturne.
Ooh, that's a nice strat.
Might be able to get the turnaround though. There's the Vanguard's edge as well. Die for kills is in the backline, but his backline's getting engaged on here. Can he take it all though? Frenchhorn goes gold and Sabisky gets out from the range of die for kills, but it's going to be a double kill for the Aurelia, and the team has found the fight. The overextension for the University of Kentucky will lead to them just getting the absolute bait on the backside of the fight against University of Delaware. Now they're on the back foot.
Yeah, I was just about to say, well, we were talking about a comeback, that one potential overextension that University of Kentucky could have given, and they gave it to Delaware. But the just absolute greed and the chase to try and get a couple more kills here, get a couple more shutdowns onto Sobieski and Milky Way, does stall this game out a little bit farther for Blue Hens, and specifically for Kentucky themselves. Say, we'll still have that tempo control, thank you very much, but we gave you a couple kills over, and we're licking our wounds for that one. That's not going to happen again. We bet on that one.
For sure. You're going to try to continue on. I will say the 6-0-6 score line's looking mighty fine for Milky Way and Sobieski so far. I'll see how they can actually maintain that one, though. But we still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds till the next dragon spawns, a minute and a half till Baron spawns, and now it's just the pick of the litter for UKY, what they want to do around the map while they get set up for these objectives.
And I think this game is going to be maybe 3 minutes or so too long, in my opinion, because UK White, they're going to hold on. They're going to wait for this Baron to spawn. They're going to take the Baron, and then they're going to move to Dragon. They're going to take Soul, and then they're going to siege in. That is the current forecast of this game, but it can change in a moment's notice. This is a thunderstorm that is happening right now on the Rift with how they are dominating against Delaware in this game one. And if they find a couple kills, if they're able to kill Dizarelia in the blink of an eye, and the rest of the team of Delaware is not there to reply, that could just be game over. And that is what they are sort of fishing for here while they wait for these neutral objectives to spawn.
Yeah, while they wait, I mean, the Super Minions are doing their job, right? You're getting bot lane pushing now. Their UD is going to have to respond at some point. Now mid lane's getting pushed up as well. And honestly, they're just waiting to pull the trigger with the paranoia. They just have to wait until somebody gets caught out just a little bit too far, pull that, get the kill, and follow that into a snowball. If that comes, it comes. If not, then they get to go for the objectives, which is exactly what's happening as we talk about it, and the Baron's up.
Yeah. As this game could have been done just a few moments ago with how that last fight went, though it went into Blue Hen's favor, into a state of neutrality. This is where we have now come to today. We do know that Jinx can execute those objectives, but that was just a little bit too soon on that Super Mega Death Rocket. So instead, they're going to go for that quick reset. They're going to
reset at full health.
They're going to run to this dragon. Because, yeah, get some cash in. Get those elixirs. I see that elixir on Asta right now for that extra boost, and it gives you that extra survivability as well, because you know Dizarelia is jumping on this Caitlyn as fast as possible.
Yeah, so this is definitely the setup for the fight, the setup for the end. Can the University of Delaware Blue Hens get the fight in control? Paranoia is already going to be popped as Milky Way is just leading the charge. Ace the whole Mega Inferno Bomb. The team's already gone. What had happened, though, as the Vanguard's Edge is going to be a decent amount of damage back, but it does not matter. Die for kills. The saving grace for UD goes down in a blaze of glory, and Siege is the only one left.
Teleport comes in from Fat Dragon to really force down the hand of University of Kentucky. White team to take this game one. And with
they even got the dragon, by the way. They took it all. They did exactly what you said. Why not go down and get the Coco checklist off on his birthday?
Yeah, might as well. Get everything done. Get the entire shopping list, because you need all the ingredients to bake the cake. And this one, I'll take that game one. Nice little appetizer to start the day off.
No big deal as UK White take a bite out of the University of Delaware Blue Hens. That's going to be a heck of a kickoff to our week 2. Just, first of all, the Nocturne, as you said, needs to be looked at. We need to figure out what the University of Delaware can do in response to that, and especially being able to see the bounce back from a game like that, where it was so neck and neck, and then there was just that explosion that happened after 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I don't think the Aurelia is going to be available either next time around.
Probably not. I would say not.
Even though it lost, it was still something that is just like, it punished the blind pick Gnar so much. Because as much as like we did say, like, okay, usually you don't pick like a Gnar here on blue 1 as a pick. And really, Delaware Blue Hens really made that point driven home to University of Kentucky, is still something that had that capability to come back and was able to win out that fight in the later half at around 27 minutes, if I recall correctly, where they were able to get in, and then Ziggs just said, no, no more chasing. You're just going to get nuked right here, right
You're
now.
just gonna get blown up.
It's like that champion in the picks of dies is concerning. So I don't expect that to
Mm.
happen again. Nocturne was dominating, and the other question that I have in my mind is who's going to get Caitlyn Morgana? Because that duo is still absolutely dominating these collegiate scenes so far,
Very true.
and we have not yet found an answer. It's only week 2, but there's still no answer yet.
Well, the answers will come. We're gonna step away, take a little break. We'll be right back with game number 2. Don't touch that browser. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco yet again as we dive into Game number 2 of this first best of 3, University of Kentucky taking a very convincing win over the University of Delaware Blue Hens JV squad. You want to reiterate that is the varsity squad of the University of Kentucky taking it to the JV squad of University of Delaware, but we got to see the bounce back. Isn't that right, Coco?
Yeah, some bounce back is necessary, and I feel like the Blue Hens have the buoyancy to make that one possible. As Diver Kills was
Don't look at top lane.
dominating
Just don't
play.
look at top lane. It's fine.
No, I'm looking at top lane. I have to if I want to give an argument for Delaware Blue Hens to actually make a comeback in this second game of the series, because it was Diver Kills that was the one that was looking for these fights. And this one right here at 15 minutes where Diver Kills messed up on the Blast Cone, or it was more over Fat Dragon that was able to get that hop over, deny that, and then get that cancel, that shutdown, for University of Kentucky to start snowballing again. And then this oppression from Austin and Frenchhorns, Caitlyn, and Morgana. We have to figure out what the answer is for it, because it has created so much space, so much kill potential, and so much zone control for every single composition that it's been on. And that was just almost a masterclass example of how it is. And this is the fight at the very end where it's just there's no going back. You're going to hell in a handbasket here for Delaware, and University of Kentucky is escorting you quite nicely in that basket for this game 1 to be taken over by them. 21 kills to 8, but it was a little rough for them in the beginning. It wasn't something where that composition was built. It was built up to siege. It was built up to oppress from a distance, though there are some inklings of potential comeback possibilities for the Blue Hens, and I look to the early game for that, and I'm expecting better aggression, better lethality in this top side, and support from the rest of their team to make Die for Kills in this top side a threat.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me is I want to see the Uni focus more towards that top side, because Die for Kills is obviously the main threat here for the University of Delaware, and I want to see how they can take advantage of that matchup in the Fat Dragon, where, as you said before when we were talking about the first draft, they first picked that Gnar, were very open in letting it get counterpicked, but still were able to take the win no matter what, even with those couple solo kills going over. So now that we're going into draft number 2, see those adaptations come out, see what University of Delaware is going to be able to bring us.
Yeah, then we'll have to see as well to figure out if we're going to be able to get that Caitlyn Morgana, the Aurelia Nocturne, as we discussed just before the break. All of those pickups were very dominant in their own rights. And the thing is that they can also be substituted fairly easily outside of other options. And you have to question yourself, out of what bans that we had already given in that first game can we sort of sacrifice, right? And University of
ADC
Kentucky
bans are going to be fine.
Exactly. I think
those away.
University of Kentucky's second phase bans are going to be pretty comfortable. I don't think they need to adjust their first picks, their first phase bans at all. And it's up to the Blue Hens to be like, all right, out of which of these champions do we think is still the most lethal, and what do we want to get off the board once again?
And I was a little sad to see the, mid lane not go the way I wanted it to necessarily. Seeing the Swain not have as much influence, because we never got to the point where the team fights really were all that meaningful. It was a lot of skirmishing, a lot of stakes set up before they even really mattered, right? And the fact that University of Kentucky were able to move in, grab objectives when they wanted to, that's not where Swain really thrives, right? That's where you need to be able to force the team to come into the fight. The demonic extension is huge when you get those sustained long team fights, and that just never happened. So the comp, I felt like, was a good in semblance for University of Delaware, but the execution things made it so much harder to utilize as it got further into the game, even if it was one of those team fight centered compositions.
Sure. If there was a piece I would change, it'd probably be the Lilia. Just because the one piece that they were lacking the most was a sense of frontline engagement. They had the technical engagement, right, with Aurelia jump in, with also the wilting lullaby as well from Lilia. Like if you hit those, you hit that lullaby, someone goes to sleep, and they're forced into defending that position and that player at that time. So it's like, all right, that's technically engagement, but you have a very, very squishy front line, which goes to that point, right, of the Swain of saying, well, the front line is so squishy, I can't extend this fight, and I can't get to the point where Demonic Ascension can just burst out entire team comps. And then you're stuck in a place of, well, front line's gone, lockdown is now onto the back line, there's a Ziggs bomb in the sky that's literally blotting out the sun, so there's
so
not
much
else you can
damage
do.
done, my God. It was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, there's not much for them to do, and I think that is one of the next steps: is create a front line if you want to play the style that you just sort of tried in game one, and look to either the jungle or the support to make that change.
And I do wonder if we'll get a change up of sides and how much that influences this. It's kind of funny, at least from what I've seen recently, across the board in collegiate, competitive play, everything. It's
Mm,
funny how stringent teams are at sticking to the sides they want to be on, right? Like we've seen, I feel like not as much side swapping as we had up to this point a couple months ago, right? And I want to see if that continues here in this matchup. And see if there was a response from the University of Delaware on the red side that they would have wanted rather than taking the competition they had
true.
themselves. So I do think a little bit more early game focus can be good for the University of Delaware, and finding ways to transition that later on is what I want to see key.
Of course. And to me, I'd say if you are on blue side here for the Blue Hens, look for an early jungle priority, right? Like grab the Lee Sins, grab the Zinzaos or the Jarvans, just to get that early game pressure online and get that ball rolling. Heck, even if you want to go like a little bit more niche, I'd say Trundle might be okay if you're going with it, or the Olaf. Those all are options. But it's also a question of like, do your players play that? Like, do we have that capability for Blue Hens to actually pull that out, or is it much more of like we're power farming junglers, we're going to be dealing with it, and we just have to have lanes that are the dominant points to then that end play as well. Throw a throw some engagement supports, to be honest, to actually
Yeah,
get the place where you can lock people down, the Nautiluses, the Leonas, to actually have that available, because those are all free. Alistar was the only
yeah.
engagement support that was off the board, so they're not a hot topic this series as we get into game two, to see if those answers are given, as so far Echo was banned last time for Delaware, which they are on blue side this time around. We'll see if the rest of phase one goes the same.
Yep, finally into draft bullies. We just had a couple little difficulties getting players ready to go. But as you said, University of Delaware on the blue side, University of Kentucky on the red side. University of Kentucky and actually Delaware sticking to their bans from the first game, as the Alistair is the one that joins the Echo on the ban table.
This is where first phase bans won't be changed too much. It's more around the niche picks of the initial blue one and then red one twos that will be adjusted, and then also the second phase bans that we'll be seeing the vast majority of influence with how the previous game went. Because Nunu is one scary jungler, and that sort of tells that power farming style that University of Kentucky likes also loves to focus on getting to 6 and prioritizing
Hey.
those plays. There we go. Nocturne taken away in substitution from Victor. So there's a little bit more options on the mid lane matchup this time around in replacement of that jungle being on the bench.
Still going to be a little bit of Camille focus here from University of Kentucky in the first phase. Don't want to deal with that one. Don't want to give that one over to an Aurelia player who kind of dominated the top side last time around. Nar is actually the first pick for University of
Mm,
Delaware.
I am kind of surprised by the priority of Gnar in this game. Unfortunately, we didn't get too much information about these teams, so we might be missing some information that these players usually have on their own selves. So, with the Gnar priority, what this now tells me is that it's more of a sense of creating a neutral state topside that can also have some side lane pressure to then be able to team fight around objectives properly. So, with that, Aurelia is still available, but it's not onto Dies. It would be onto Fat Dragon, and just with how the last game was, I don't think that's the option. I think you go with something that's more tank focused, something that can like handle the Gnar, and then is more team oriented around those objectives and performs better in those team fights than that of the Gnar. So Warren is one of those champions that comes to mind, as the Silas and the Caitlyn have been picked
Hmm.
up for Kentucky.
I'm expecting a lot of the same, at least in typical style from University of
Ooh.
Kentucky. It will be the Aphelios that sneaks on through in the first phase for University of Delaware. Was banned out by the University of Kentucky last game, so we'll make it through with that Lulu combo. And that's the first trio for University of Delaware as we're waiting on that final lock into the first phase for University of Kentucky.
And this is also the first time I've really seen an Aphelios paired with a Lulu too. Not something I usually see. As I mentioned, he goes more often with the Threshes and the Broms that sort of give him the space to work with, and sort of like a beefy person to stand behind as well. Lulu doesn't give you the beef, doesn't have the beef. She gives you the beef, right? She buffs you up, gives you that empowered growth, and then, or that wild growth as it is, and then gives you the zone to try and play with. So I'm going to be interested to see how the Blue Hens are going to be able to apply that on the Rift once it comes into play. Though Seraphine was that third pick, and that is one of those discussions of, is this a mid lane Seraphine or is it a support Seraphine? Because she can still be argued in both lanes, and it being blind pick, I would have to say it'd be going into support just because of how volatile she could be or how weak she can be in that mid lane when it is blinded.
Yeah, I want to see how the rest of these comps kind of line out as we see Lee Sin banned away, as well as the Gwen, the Evelyn rather, banned
Yeah.
away by University of Kentucky. Some very strong jungle presence also banned away in that fashion, but more top lane focus towards Die. And the
Hmm.
Talia makes its way into the ban table yet again for the second game in a row.
Yeah, and you may be asking, Coco, why are you arguing a potential Seraphine mid? And while there's a Silas on the board, it's like, well, Silas is someone that can fight with the Gnar and can go in for a more topside focus. And I feel like Dai is one of those players that can go for it. However, it is going to be Renekton that will be picked up for Dai, a much more aggressive early game fighter into a similar vein that is of the Aurelia that he had played last game for Fat Dragon. And for this, I'd say with R5 counterpick going to jungle for Kentucky again, and you picking Lilia once more here for Blue Hens, I'm a little worried because you've got the front line at least right now for with a
Mhm.
Gnar, quote unquote, but it's a timed front line, and it's much more on having proper setup around the objectives and having good wave control, which they didn't really have last game, to prepare for those inevitable encounters. And this is where I need a good argument for them on their fifth pick to convince me of a more executable composition. And with that, they pick the set, and I'd say that's where I think that argument can be played, of something that is neutral in that mid lane, can be that front line, can create some engagements on his own accord, and can really pack a punch, no pun intended, when it comes down to those crucial fights.
Yeah, I love that you just had to add that one in there as well. I do also love the comfort coming through. Right, there's a couple picks for University of Delaware that have definitely shown through. The Olaf final pick for
Okay.
University of Kentucky, a little bit of a gauntlet throw down in its own right.
That we were teasing that just going into the draft of how can you make a more aggressive early game composition. Olaf is one of those junglers that can do just that, has really fast clear, can lock people down very, very quickly. And with the lanes that he's dealing with a Seraphine Caitlyn in the bot that can create some lockdown, with a Renekton that can start fights early and create tower dive possibilities in the level 6 stages, and even the Silas, who can steal that set ulti and create some fights, or even, heck, Lily or Gnar can steal those ultis as well and cause some damage to boot, to create
Yeah,
that system of a team fight. So far I like this composition of Kentucky as well. So with all the cards laid out on the table, and with how the current uh, how the current compositions sort of clash against one another, I still have to think I give it to Kentucky. It's something where their composition is still just a little bit easier to execute when it comes down to those very important moments, and they still have that space for themselves. Yes, I was talking about
hmm
how Lulu and Lilia can create space, but you can create it, and it takes time and it takes resources to do that, where Kentucky
yeah.
has that almost immediately with the Caitlyn and the Seraphine, just of their innate range of their skills and their auto attacks, to where they can pick and prod into the death ball that Silas, Renekton, and Olaf are going to be trying to create.
I think that's the most interesting part is seeing like the ebb and flow from game one into game two, and especially with the swap of sides, seeing how much aggression we see from the side of University of Kentucky. They were able to turn it on after a little bit of building up to that moment, right? This time
Yeah.
around, I feel like they have a lot more confidence in the individual play as well, not just the entire synergy of the team itself coming together. So I want to see the change up of University of Delaware's approach to this game, and especially if we see a little bit more focus towards the top side of the map for them.
That's a good question for that. With how much focus is going to be happening here, because I don't know if there's gonna be much like because Gnar, well, at least pre 6, I'd have to say. Until Renekton and Gnar hit around level 6, that's where I feel like there's gonna be a lot more jungle attention.
Hmm.
Um, just off the cuff, right? Because Gnar can go in. You can have a potential level 1, level 2 situation arise and say, let's get some early aggression. Let's punch out this Renekton a bit, create that zone where you can have some space to oppress the Renekton early, and then you have to back up eventually. Once he goes to level 4, and he can start dueling with you and closing in with
Hmm.
slice and dice. Um, so there's potential there, but then it dies down back to level 6, and both
Mm.
these junglers need to be 6 to create a sort of an environment for themselves to either dive or secure a kill after a duel has already happened with the two top laners. Where I look at
Yeah.
mid lane and I look at bottom lane as also a little bit more appetizing. Yes, Set is more of a neutral lane against the Silas, where it's like I'm just gonna hold the wave, I'm gonna shove it out, and I'm gonna help out my jungler on neutral objectives. And bot lane is where they're going to be trying to do the same thing, but whoever is able to get the catch first is going to be the one that wins the fight. If Seraphine locks down
Yeah.
Lulu or Aphelios first, Caitlyn and Seraphine win, and vice versa. So it is very dainty in the laning phase, but with just a recency bias and a performance bias from Kentucky in Game 1, I have to
Hmm.
give it over to them in this second draft of this series.
And for me as well as like for the University of Delaware, when you're approaching those fights, when you're looking at objectives, maybe trying to get set up in those 5v5s in this game where you couldn't necessarily do so last game, there's a lot more reliance on finding that one pick, finding that one setup for the University of Delaware. Where on the side of University of Kentucky, you can just kind of wander on into the fight with all five members and find a way, right? You don't have to find the Lilting Lullaby pick. You don't have to find the Meganar ulti, getting a huge wombo combo in there. It's more so walk into the position, feel confident in it, lay down damage until they decide to take it into a fight. And I think that's where that first game leniency leans heavily over to University of Kentucky in the fact that we've seen them execute a composition that was, I feel like, a little bit harder to execute last game, and now this time
Mhm.
around they just get to lumber into the fights.
Right, and the other thing that you forgot to mention is also the Aphelios guns timings too, right? Like
Yeah, very true.
to be in a place where it's like, all right, we have Meganar available, we have red white on Aphelios to create this massive team fight Aphelios player, and then be able to get everyone with the wilting lullabies and bada bing bada boom. If you get everything in order and everything is in that perfect time and at the right place and everyone is organized into sort of communicating
Controlled
where they're
chaos.
at, yeah, controlled chaos, exactly, just as our notes are, then boom, like you win that fight outright because
Yeah.
there is no counterplay against that. But it is very precise with how the blue hens need to play out that composition, or it has to be that controlled chaos of something that is like members of Kentucky are filing in, things are a little bit
Mm.
mismatched, you're joining a skirmish and multiple members are now rejoining it and reinforcing, and that chaos in itself creates a place where it's organized to say, all right, we can select this player, we can select this player, we can select this player. Now we can really get that wombo combo almost in like a rudimentary, like a very weird way of making it all work together. So
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see how that plays out. But like to get there, we have to start at the beginning, and that's where early game is going to be so important for these teams.
And for the early game, something that really stood out to me was the heavy presence of early vision and especially vision
Mm,
on the enemy pathing that University of Kentucky were able to do. And it was everybody manning that ship, right? It was everybody being a part of that, finding those deep wards, finding out where University of Delaware wanted to go. And I want to see how if that changes going into the red side for University of Kentucky, or if that continues to be a very, very big upside for the University of Kentucky, because that communication in League of Legends is absolutely key. That's where that early pathing is so monumental for both these teams. And I really want to see University, honestly, of Delaware get it together and get a little bit of that vision going for themselves so they can find out that pathing that University of Kentucky want to take.
well, they did have some of that.
They had
Just
some of it,
pointing
yeah.
back to Die for Kills Aurelia, he gets that first blood or like that
Yeah.
hard push into level 2, goes down and gets that ward, tells people that Nocturne's on that bottom side of the map, people can play chill, he gets first blood because he knows jungler's bottom side, and he's able to get that success. But as you mentioned, even though all that information was there, only one person was really making the most of it, and it was die for kills. So we need the entire team in that same mindset of getting that information, relaying that information, and then seeing how they themselves can sort of get the most out of it. Of saying, okay, well,
Yeah.
their bottom side, we know that the timer is going to be up for their Gromps or their Krugs. We're going to take those and deny them some camps away. And even though it's going to be, I'd say, like a lot slower of an early game, it is still the most important part, because one trip, one slip in this early game where these lanes are very, very neutral and it could go either way, that's what makes it so important. Is it's like, it's not the fact that it's going to be bloody and people are going to be stomping on one another and just going to be rolling over. It's going to be, you have to be perfect with where you are. You have to be telling where you are, where the information you have, and then making sure that nothing is sort of mistaken for something to where you can be punished by the opponent.
Yeah, exactly. I think the punishment, the reactiveness, the proactivity that we see from these teams as well is something
Yeah.
interesting to keep an eye on as we go into the season, especially because it does tell the difference between teams, right? And for me, it's not a big deal, right? It's going into the second round. The thing is, it's Swiss bracket, so wanting to continue to win, wanting to continue that streak, want to stay up in that upper bracket for the Swiss rounds is important. And the University of Delaware JV squad are up against the wall here in a best of 3 where they will take their first loss of the season.
And sometimes losses are needed there to just grow as a team, as an organization, as a program. And University of Kentucky, they may have not lost, but they are already changing.
Okay, they're gonna be. He's gonna be. Oh, okay.
Gohan?
Oh, okay. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Okay. He's got friends. He's got friends. Coco. He's got friends. So level 1 will be spotted out and snuffed out by the University of Delaware Blue Hens, but UK White still trying to keep some spice alive here in the series.
You get some information down as well. You just get that blue ward there in the pixel brush just to say, all right, let's see if they'll start that scuttle. And as a matter of fact, it got dropped down at, I believe, 57 seconds. So I actually don't think it's going to be up for scuttle. It's good. They're going to be a bummer. Like,
rip.
That, because if there's one thing that I always find a little bit tilting, because I'm a veteran of League of Legends. I've been here since beta, and it used to be you buy the wards, and the wards always last for 3 minutes, no matter what, no matter the time. It's been very old, but the fact that wards last different times for different parts of the game, because that ward will only last for, I think, 45 seconds or a minute, it's just like, oh no, you're not going to have that information. And it could just be like, poof, gone. Thanks for playing. But, you know, it's just a small loss.
Look at this, though. Look at this.
Hello.
We got a change up here. Die for Kills is on the set in the top lane. We got the Elite Okami on the Gnar in mid lane against the Silas.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up for me, Mazel. This is a very interesting change, because usually the Gnar into the Renekton is very much of that tempo state of saying, all right, mini Gnar, don't fight. Once you get Mega Gnar build up, you can start challenges to Renekton. But it's completely different.
Oh, the flashes come out. Die for Kills. Can't get the second shot in. Was waiting just to get that first blood yet again. Fat Dragon just not having a good time.
Yeah, and as I was saying, it's completely different with the Set and Renekton situation, because Set will win in these early stages very handedly, and he can challenge you into the level 4 and level 5 power-ups where Renekton has that mobility to try and challenge a mini Gnar. You can't do that with a Set. He'll be able to see that slice and dice jump in, he stuns you up with the face breaker, and then just builds up his grit to where he can get that true damage punch in.
He just doesn't do any damage. He just doesn't. He can't keep up.
And he's got the sustain. He's got sustain with pit crit to just regen back up and be okay. So completely different.
What I was looking at here is to see if Milky Way wanted to get some early influence up there as the Olaf. I do feel like that level 3 mark is huge. You can get that early skirmishing going down. Not going to be there just yet. Going to go for the full clear instead.
And unlike the Gnar, you don't have a way to get out of a fight on the Set. So if you do extend a little bit too far up in the lane, you can get punished pretty severely by a Renekton and Olaf that can just run you down with the undertows and with the Call to Meeks and Slice and Dices. So Have to be a little bit more cautious on your lane position, but die for kills, I trust him in this top side of the map where that he'll be able to do that handily.
And we did see the TP back for die for kills. Fat Dragon stayed. He started backing, decided to stay. Not going to come back for it. Milky Way is up here just in case. Maybe they can find something early on die for kills, but still no first blood at 4 minutes in the game. We'll get the reset coming out from UK White. Nope.
Still staying
okay,
mid.
they're just gonna play with
I think they're just playing with your emotions right now, Mazel.
They just keep stopping it. It's like one of them's like, no, we're staying. The other one's like, no, we're going. No, we're staying. No, we're staying. We're going. We're staying. We're staying. We're staying, baby, because it's first blood for UK White.
And it was a absolute hunting game in that top side of the map. My goodness, it was just mental warfare. Because like after that fight, it's sort of the section of saying, okay, he's teleporting back. You know the teleport's gone. You want to punish him because it's the no summoners on the top side of the map. It's a good way to tilt the top laner, and you want to wait it out, especially with what I just mentioned. The Olaf and the Renekton can chase down the step fairly easily. That took way too long for that to happen just because of how greedy everyone wanted to be. They knew they had it in the bag, and die for kills is testing it, and eventually he took the bait. So thankfully, University of Kentucky is able to get this reward for themselves. And giving the kill over to Milky Way on this Olaf is actually a huge boon because now this dragon is looking pretty appetizing. You go back, you get an initial clear, you get the potential Iron Spike Whip to build up for the Gorge Ringer, and boom, Olaf can now solo the dragon. You just need to create that pressure for him to do just that, as he says, let's go ahead, continue to apply some pressure for Fat Dragon to be okay to just freeze up his lane and maybe get something going for himself on this Renekton, who I'm still a little concerned for at this moment.
Honestly, at this point, though, I feel like for Fat Dragon, it's been a bit of a rough series so far, but he's got teamwork now. Milky Way has visited this top side twice now. He's got a little backup to try and put down die for kills because, as we saw in game number 1, die for kills is a huge win condition for the University of Delaware squad. Fat Dragon, the face breaker right into all the damage from die for kills is so rough.
Die for kills could have gotten one extra auto in there, just barely, to deal some additional damage, but you wouldn't have been able to get a kill, though, because he's not level 6 just yet.
Leniency, leniency. Yeah, that's the theme of the season so far.
Theme of the early season. Like, the beginning of the season is leniency. If this was like 20 games in, we're like
then you're kind of questioning your decisions here.
Yeah. Then I'm like, why are we in January already? This is a little weird.
Milky Way. Yep, he's dead. You walk up to 4 members like that, you're asking to take a death, and he does.
I don't know why he was there. Like
he was like, oh, we got team wait. Oh wait, that's not my team.
Go back to top lane, I guess. Just go back up there, just get some prio. But you didn't have the lane states from either mid lane or bottom lane to even try and challenge that whatsoever. So an absolute fumble there from Milky Way and the rest of the University of Kentucky to give this first dragon over. Like I said, Lilia can't solo those dragons, so did need the entire team of Aphelios and Cage's Lulu to make sure that that is all said and done. But they're still not really up in an economy stand just yet. Those are late game investments. Just gives them a little bit more defenses to work with for now. As I'd have to say, this is where I think you just throw your support topside, or you get Gohans and Cage to hard shove bottom, and then look for Rift Herald that's coming up fairly shortly. Use as much momentum as possible, and keep Milky Way and the rest of University of Kentucky on the back foot.
That's the a potential idea here. This top lane is just, every time we come back to it, it's so domineering from die for kills every single time. Fat Dragon's just pushed off the way. He goes in for a trade. It's not a lot of health that goes the other way. This time around, at least he's not down 30-40 farm, though, so that's going to be nice. A little bit of a something to hold on to for UK White. You will see some focus going into mid lane with potentially the Uni's first gank of game 2. I think he's just going to go back to hard farming, but that's the thing. Lilia, you know her for hard farming. You know her for the quickness that she has in clearing. But the same thing goes for Olaf. Olaf gets so scary with how quickly he can be around the map, how quickly he can clear the jungle.
True.
So you see Fat Dragon finally get a good trade on to die for kills.
Good trade. Milky Way and Fat Dragon R6. They've got their ultimates ready. Die for kills has his too, and he's got a flash, so he has some outplay potential. So they're not going to go for anything too risky. They're just going for that extra space for them to try and start up this Rift Herald. It is going to be a little bit slower, but with Fat Dragon coming in to assist, I think the rest of Delaware is going to say, no thank you. We're going to go ahead, forfeit this one over, and see if we can just clear our waves out and possibly get some gold back into our pockets, because they are 1,000 gold down.
They are. It's pretty passively, right? We've only gotten 1 kill for either side. Been a lot more about the lanes and how things are kind of moving on in that direction. Caitlyn, unsurprisingly, still staying pretty lane dominant so far in the series. 20 CS up in the bot lane is Asta and Frenchhorn. Stony just trying to get a gank off. Meganar is going to be used by Sobieski. He's going to go back in for the Kingslayer. There's the Lilting Lullaby on top to Uni. Might be looking for their first kill, and it will go over as the second kill for the team. Second kill for Uni. It's 2-1 for University of Delaware.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this bottom side of the map, and you're saying, well, where is all this 1k gold diff coming from? Or at least now just an 800 gold lead? It's all in that bottom lane right now. The CS differential and the turret plates. They've already dropped it down to 2, and with Milky Way having that Rift Herald available, it's a complete turn, flip of the switch, to be honest. You say, let's go ahead, let's get this reset, let's drop this Rift Herald down there in the bottom lane, and just start throwing this Caitlyn Seraphine of Asta and Frenchhorn into these different lanes. Rack up as many turret plates as possible. Because as appealing as it is to just say, oh, well, let's stay neutral. No one's really losing these battles here. We can continue to play safe. No, abuse this Caitlyn early game as much as possible. Get this Caitlyn to a place where she can just take as much gold off the rift as possible and just maximize your profits.
Looking to maximize their effort as well as Gale Force is completed by Asta. See if they can get back down to the spot lane. Uni, you're making the same mistake that Milky Way made. Gonna walk into it, into the mouth of UK White as Sobieski's right here just to help. Maybe gonna actually be gifted over the kill. Milky Way, come on, just give him the kill. One more tap. Nope, not gonna land. Sobieski, nobody can get him. Just somebody kill him. Milky Way dies. Agreed. That just came out from University of Kentucky. Shame, shame, shame.
That was a goodwill bad death. Like, I understand donating that kill over to Sobieski, but just take the kill after he missed a cut. Like, if he doesn't get the abscond abduct, just take the kill. Don't worry about it. Like, say sorry. You get some turret plates instead.
Sorry.
Go back to your lane.
Whoopsies.
Yeah.
Elite Okami is in some trouble here. Sobieski's going to use the Meganar ulti yet again. One more Kingslayer. Could it be it? There's the damage. Yeah. It's the Abscon Abduct, baby. Sobieski now getting the second kill for him on the side of UK White.
Hey, and the fact that Sobieski got that solo kill on, for himself onto Okami Snar, that's where it's like, all right, not donating that kill over doesn't feel bad because he just went ahead and soloed his mid laner. And we're breaking open this bottom lane. I still see that Milky Way's hovering on this bottom side of the map. You drop the Rift Herald kind of late.
Oh, man. They're just going to get the tower. No, it's going to get the turret up too. Oh, poor Shelly. Just being mishandled. Shelly. The trainers aren't on their game today. I don't know if we're getting some kind of Pokemon reference. But Shelly, number 1, will go down in the bot lane. Gonna get the tower at least, but talking about going down. Die for Kills wants the kill on the Fat Dragon. Showstopper comes in. Ooh, the Dominus is gonna turn it the outplay Fat Dragon. He just undid everything that has happened to him across this series with that one play.
If Diver Kills did not, like, if he killed Fat Dragon with the actual Showstopper, then yes, that Renekton's dead. But just the frame inch of the health bar from Fat Dragon, keeping him alive after that ultimate, secures him that Dominus and secures him that 1-for-1 underneath the turret. That was so close. I did not expect him to actually have the health bar to do it. But with just a Phage and a Doran Shield, he's able to survive with that extra sliver of health to make this happen for himself. And he's able to get some turret plays to boot, and even a Sobieski in the side lane.
They're going to kill him again! They're just going to get him again! So oh my god, Die for Kills! It'd be so salty. Showstopper and Fat Dragon almost gets taken out, but Sobieski will go on a killing spree. Just like that, playing off the confidence of Die for Kills, Fat Dragon utilizes the grit that he's gotten beaten down with so far this game to swing it right back in their favor.
Yeah, this top lane status is currently Salty Spittoon. for Diver Kills. It is like he teleported back into lane after just not killing Fat Dragon in the level 1, level 2. He dies, he gives over first blood, then he tries to 1v1 Fat Dragon twice.
Oh no, go
loses,
He's dead.
And now the
Ace
rest
in
of
the
his
hole.
team is just getting picked off one by one.
Okay. Woo. It's a little overkill to save the ADC, but I like it. That's the commitment. That's the teamwork.
Someone's got to be on the same page during this game right now for Delaware JV, just to give them a sense of control into this game, because they're already 3K gold down, if not 3,500 gold lead for University of Kentucky. And at this point, I'm looking at the next Herald. I'm looking at UK setting up vision. I'm looking at them trying to find picks, and then breaking this game open to a point where there are no turrets left outside of the turtle defense that is University of Delaware's base.
See if they can crack the base, as they will too. But the CS differentials are gone. It's mostly the tower differentials, a couple kills as well that are in favor of University of Kentucky White. The question is, are they able to rather continue up the pressure, continue to get these objectives down? There's a Rift Herald coming up here shortly as well. Expect that play to go down with the presence in mid lane that we're seeing from the ADCs and supports, and just see this next big skirmish go down if we get it, because Sabisky is trading down on die for kills, trying to get the priority in top lane.
And just a reminder of sort of like the importance of how this early game has been, right? Is the fact that it's not a quote-unquote like bloody game where everyone is just just going at each other's throats, but it's the mistakes and the sort of actions upon those mistakes and how the teams are punishing each other to where it is of a maximum effect. And I think that is where UK White is really coming out on top in these situations.
Oh my god,
as this is another setup, a scenario of saying, all right, you're overextended. You aren't counting your heads of the side of Delaware, and you're not respecting where Dayuni is, you get punished. And it's those kind of deaths that really drag this game out farther and farther. And it could happen on the opposite side of the map here too, where Diver Kills, he might just get straight dove.
It is a set. Everfrost's not going to connect. The Rift Herald is going to be used though, so they're looking to take down this tier 2 tower. No other real response coming out from the University of Delaware.
But Delaware is respecting this Rift Herald push. They're sending multiple members here to try and address it. You have Dayuni on the flank with Waltzing Lullaby available.
The charge does come off. Uni doesn't decide to go for the aggressive path. Bot lane, we got a TP that came in from Fat Dragon. He is behind Elite Okami. Don't know if he actually looks like he dodged out. Now we're back in the mid lane here. Encore gonna go wide. French Horn not able to get the sound just right. The tuning is off here so far. He might get blasted as well. A showstopper in, and that's a dead Seraphine. Ace in the hole is going to come through. That's a very, very nice haymaker to dodge all or block all that damage. And it's just 1-0.
And lanes stay in favor of University of Kentucky. Dragon will be up in 40 seconds. So to this point, they can just reset, get that vision control out, look for those picks with the assistance of Asta and French Horn, and then punish University of Delaware's JV team. But Uni getting that scuttle is pretty key, because that is some vision that cannot be denied while this dragon is spawning, even though currently the Blue Hens have that advantage in the vision right now. They can punish Fat Dragon here. For a little bit. Timer's running out though, because the rest of University of Kentucky is grouping up and they're getting some lane priority now, and now have the inside track on the river. But I see Asta forced away.
They got him. The flash comes out. One more hit. No, it's not enough. Asta gets bullied out of the fight. Now it's a uneven, unmatched fight. Light Vigil comes out. French Horn gets caught here. He might be dead. No encore to save the day. Meganar ulti will be there from Sabisky. The re-engage is here. Okami's on the back line taking out Asta. But can Dayuni and the rest take down Milky Way? He dies. And all 5 members of University of Delaware are still alive, still kicking, and they turn to their Soul Point Dragon.
And what a poorly managed dragon fight there from University of Kentucky. They did not have all of their members accumulated together. They had left Asta in the mid lane to their own devices by themselves on this Caitlyn. Gets just picked off by Okami's Nara and Cage's Lulu. forces them out of the fight, forces them to use summoner spells way too early, and then has to regroup back into darkness where the vision control is in University of Delaware's favor. And from there, Kentucky has a man down. They don't have the damage to try and secure these kills to get resets for Sobieski and for Fat Dragon, and then Frenchhorn gets punished. So it's just, everyone is just overstaying their welcome, trying to just extend for, I don't know what reason, to be honest, outside of just keeping an eye on Dragon and making sure that it exists. But you know that they're not going to try and challenge it until you try and look for these fights. And giving them that fight and giving them that win gives them this sole point. And now Delaware, who I feel like has been in the passenger seat this entire time, is now in the driver's seat.
They are. Cage getting cut out here, though. Ace in the hole is going to be utilized. It was a 4,000 gold lead developed by University of Kentucky. Now it's only 1,000 for themselves. Gotta find a way to keep themselves in that driver's seat, as you were saying. But it's going to be continued to farm for Milky Way. Just trying to get as much farm as you can, I guess, until the next fight here. You have a Baron spawning in 20 seconds, but neither team really in position to burn down that Baron very quickly so far.
No, not just yet. I don't think the Baron itself won't be really started unless it's like for a bait or a Hail Mary play for the next 3-4 minutes. Not until second items are being completed for both of these ADCs and they're working on their third. Like, if Asta gets Collector and then starts building for that Zeal, that's when I feel that the Baron is starting to be appealing for UK White, where on this other side, I think you're going for Lord Doms and then also for a Zeal or a Runon's Hurricane for Aphelios for Gohems. But that is all in due time, as we're looking at Sobieski dueling.
Maker comes out, decent amount of damage in return. Showstopper is there. Dayuni is here too, though. Sobieski takes one. Lilted Lullaby is there. The damage is following up, and Dayuni gets the shutdown.
Yeah, but that's 2 ultimates used at the price of 1 for Sobieski. I take those wins because this is a 3v2.
Encore comes out. The Meganar is going to be there. Meganar ulti into the wall. That's a rampage for Fat Dragon's going to go down into the rampage. And that's Ace in the hole to follow it up. Gohens has the chakrams, has the damage, has the caliber, but can't pull the damage off just yet. Milky Way getting oh so low. Gohens is a monster right now, and Asta cannot handle it.
The sustain from Lulu is just too much. Gohens is able to try and push forward, but Asta is just out of range. And that is a lot of gold into both of these teams, but we were talking about how dominant that Aphelios is, and I looked down at his score, and he doesn't even have a single kill. He's 0-5. He only has assists. He needs some kills to get online. He needs something in his pockets. And same goes for Asta, who actually, instead of going for Collector, decided to go for this Serpent's Fang instead. I respect it. It's a lot of shield cut onto the set and onto the Lulu. So that will help make some lethal damage and some potential lethality to help secure those kills for both Fat Dragon and Sobieski.
As we see, the resets have already come out for everybody. Dive kills in a 1v1 yet again. He lost the last one, and it looks like he's going to lose it again. He has no help. Milky Way is here just to help Sobieski if he needs it, but he doesn't need it. That's 5 kills on the Silas, University of Kentucky.
This is exactly what University of Kentucky wants right now. A Silas on the side lane, dominating without any repercussion. Milky Way being able to take all of the jungle away from Dayuni where this Silas is. The rest of the team can control that vision around Baron, or at least challenge for it and say we're going to be always poking and prodding at them when they try and scout out. And speaking of, they tried to scout.
Got a little
they're getting punished.
speed. Meganar is popped by Okami. He's not going to be able to get the engage he wanted to. Meganar is going to get engaged on top of him. Encore onto 3 members as well. The follow-up damage is there. University of Kentucky are going to be put to sleep here, but they get 1 out of that fight. Okami is down.
He's down. Gotta keep an eye on this set of die for kills. He could look for an opening. He does find one on the French horn.
The back came through for Milky Way. He has no way to join the fight. I don't know why he finished the TP, but now Dayuni and the rest of the team can go in. Die for kills goes by himself. Cage and Gohens have found Asta, who has once again been left by his lonesome. And what a tragedy for University of Kentucky. Milky Way finally rejoins the fight here, but it's way too late. Although Die for Kills might just die for the kill. No, he doesn't. He survives and he gets a double for himself. University of Kentucky just got every single one of their plans blowed up in their faces.
And this is going to be sole point for the University of Delaware. This is going to be Ocean Soul. What a massive soul for themselves to have this beefy front line of Alito Kami's-Nar and Die for Kills set to be so much more difficult to try and take down. And my goodness, it also works on the Aphelios and the Lulu too. That's so much more additional sustain that's going to be coming into them to just keep themselves alive and keep the fights going. And now UK White, they have to play a little bit of catch up because they need to get the heal cut to make sure that this Ocean Soul isn't ramping up and keeping these fights dragged out longer and longer. And though they've had that side lane control, Die for Kills in that team fight alone turns this game back into their favor, and they now have that Baron power play.
The word of the season so far is leniency, right?
Leniency.
I gotta keep that in my head. As I'm just shocked that Milky Way completed his back in the middle of the fight. Very interesting to see. We'll see how that can turn around for University of Kentucky. They were in the driver's seat. Now they find themselves in 3,000 gold deficit. The objectives are still the name of the game for them, though, as they've taken a lot of towers. They've been able to get a lot of presence around the map, and now they got to deal with the Baron buffed up waves of the University of Delaware.
This is where, for Asta, this is a little bit of leniency as well. I feel like going for Lord Dominic's here, like, I would prefer the Mortal Reminder at this point, just because it gives you that heal cut and it still gives you that crit that you need. But like, there's not much armor resistance just yet outside of like a Thornmail and plated steel caps on the side of University of Delaware. So it's like you don't need it for the armor pen. It's just there for that max HP bonus damage that Lord Dominic's gives you. So at this stage, we'll have to see if it really does pay off for him, as the death ball of University of Delaware is just piling and sieging on this mid lane, seeing if they can challenge a side lane push that Sobieski is dishing out. He's going to be recalling. He might be able to get away in time and force a 5v4 situation with this TP.
He was already backing, and then he stopped backing. He still makes it out, though, so he's able to get out of there just fine. It's still a 4v4 in the mid lane. Nothing going to come of it. Just a couple towers traded. Tier 2s at that for both these squads.
Slow and steady wins the race here, Delaware. Don't need to do anything too hasty. You are in the current control of this game. And someone that's been going under the radar and has a dominating KDA for myself is Diony's Lilia. It's something that, for me, it doesn't feel as influential on paper, but they have been controlling this Lilia to perfection at this point. Has been in the right places at the right time, has been punishing Sobieski's side lanes, has started the proper fights, and it's all about that controlled chaos, right? These fights, they've started at very awkward times, and because it creates sort of a filing order for University of Delaware to sort of organize, they can create these situations that University of Kentucky cannot spread proper resources for. And now you're stuck with Asta trying to fight 3 people in mid lane. He can't do that. He needs to fall back. And this inhibitor will go over to University of Delaware. You see a flank from
contested on it, though. It was just really interesting to see all the resources taken away from the mid lane for University of Kentucky. They just lost that inhib tower as well. Bot lane getting aggressed on too from Die for Kills. And this Baron buff working wonders right now for University of Delaware. It is about to fall off here in about 5 seconds.
There it goes, Baron's gone. You've survived the power play of the Baron, and you actually keep that inhib. I am impressed that Delaware did not go for that inhibitor. They show some control.
Get a second tier tower again in the top side, though.
True.
That's going to be all outer towers.
Show some control. They say, let's just play it slow, play it safe. We do not want to give University of Kentucky any sense of control or a sense of stable ground to stand on.
And we will see third items being completed across the board here pretty much. Fourth side of University of Kentucky. Their next big hope lies in fighting for the Elder Dragon, right? Or the Baron. They have backed themselves into a corner here, potentially bringing us to game 3 is the University of Delaware, where they have found so many advantages. I guess to the dismay of University of Kentucky, who have been consistently trying things and putting themselves in aggressive positions, but getting the plays turned around on them.
And with a minute and 20 on this Elder Dragon. I'm still worried here for University of Delaware because University of Kentucky has shown that they can learn lessons fairly quickly. I'm gonna have to hold my thoughts.
They're
This is
committing
2v2 to
everything
make it a 3v2.
down here. 3v2 in favor of the University of Kentucky. Can they get it? That's a beautiful base breaker from Die for Kills. They got Sobieski on the other side. Alito Kami is still taking them up, and they've already got Sobieski. You can't take a fight like that, as University of Kentucky is just going to be wiped away like a stain on a carpet right now. That's 3 members dead, and Dayuni is dominating 9-1-5 on the Lilia.
I think that's game, Chief. I think this is the stage now where University of Delaware can walk it in. You can't handle this front line anymore for University of Kentucky. You can't take down this set. Die for Kills is immortal, and the damage that the backline does is overwhelming.
Yep, there's no chance the last inhib down the bot side is going to be taken out. We got the one in the top side still kicking, but you got to expect they can finish it here, at least get a couple lasting damages onto the tower. Nope, they're just going to go for the Elder Dragon. Because as we've learned, Coco, it's not about ending the game quickly. It's about ending the game in longevity, as we see Sobieski teleporting behind for the flank.
Be careful here. This is that Hail Mary play. Sobieski. Can he do it?
Oh my god, that's a 5-man Mega Gnar only, but it goes in so early, and then they get the encore on top of it. They've actually gotten one body down. Sobieski's still alive somehow. The Kingslayer's still kicking him. It's now turned into Die for Kills, taking the backline out. And that's the gold lead. That's all you got to say. That's the gold differential coming to bear for University of Delaware. As that's a double kill again for Dayuni. They lose Gohans and Cage, but Asta will fall. That's an ace, and that's the end. Go ahead and rally the flags. We're going to game 3.
And a lot of it, again, is just based off of punishing those oversteps, those overstays from University of Kentucky White, and just multiple dragon fights. It was just Delaware on top of it, in the right place at the right time, focusing the right targets, and denying a lot of this backline dive away from University of Kentucky. Fat Dragon and Sobieski barely got on to Gohans at all, and it was left up to Asta to try and poke and prod through that front line that became impenetrable later into the game. Honestly, there's nothing much else left to say for this game, because it went from something where University of Kentucky had control, and it's just Blue Hens grabbed it and threw it right back at him. Almost an absolute just flip of the switch,
mistake.
to be honest.
One mistake. The thing that I feel like snowballed the entirety of that was that fight in the mid lane, was the fight where you got the back pulled off by University of Kentucky, losing them a member and going into a 5v5 fight, 4v5 rather. Anyways, and that just completely momentum shift to University of Delaware. So now the question is, what kind of side switches do we see for this third game? What kind of mental switches do we see for these two teams going into game 3? It's all to be laid to bear here as we do take a break and get ready for game 3 of this best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV portion. I am Azelt, joined by Coco the Dragon. We're going the distance for our first series of the night. It's going all 3 games. I couldn't ask for anything more on the birthday of my friend Coco the Dragon. It's University of Kentucky and the University of Delaware doing battle.
Yeah, and it is... Ooh, it was a barn burner that last game. It was looking like Kentucky's way for a little bit, but... My goodness, Dire for kills.
Fat Dragon got the redemption though. At least
True.
In the entirety of things that happened in this series, Fat Dragon got his redemption. I hope we get a replay of it.
In the salty spittoon way, the top lane that wins loses, and that is just not something
That's
I
the
love
way
to
of the
see.
salty spittoon.
And man, so, sometimes you
I
just
can't believe this. Like this right here.
What
I
was
can't
that?
believe they let
was that,
Diuni
man?
get another. They just wanted to gift the kill.
And that was the only death that Diuni ever had in this game.
Yep.
He never died after that as Lilia. He was always in the right place at the right time, and from there it was just University of Kentucky did not play their dragon fights well. It was the Soul Point one, and then it was the Elder Dragon
This
fight
right
one.
here, where
And then,
Milky
yep,
Way
this mid-game
completed
one.
his back.
And it's
Literally
another
just completed the back in the middle of the fight.
it's another fight that is for mid pressure for a dragon, and it's just
Yeah.
like University of Kentucky, what are you doing? Like you said, the recall coming in from Milky Way, middle of the fight. Asta is left to his own devices, and
Oh my
they're just setting up
God.
these fights for die for kills on the set to do exactly what it wants. And it goes back to that discussion that we were talking about, right? Of like organized chaos, right? Where
Yeah.
it's just chaotic enough where you can't just wombo combo setup for UK White, and Diver Kills and the rest of University of Delaware can pick their targets one by one. And it's like, alright, this is a 2v3. Prio this guy. Okay, he's dead. It's now a 2 for 3 again because we had just killed his friend that had TP'd in. Prioritize this target again. And they're on, and they're on. And it leads to a 35 kill game, and it's something that for me that even though it felt like Delaware won that game, but it felt like Kentucky were not trying to really bring it back. Like, I'm sorry to say it, like, but this is leniency here. This is something that
This
is
is
like
leniency.
this is where I think
leniency.
this is where University of Kentucky takes those mistakes they had in game 2, and they're like, let's figure out how to win these dragon fights, because that was where they messed up, and that's where Delaware just dominated them in full colors here because of
Clear
how they were able to
decision-making.
figure it. Yeah.
Clear decision making has to be there to be able to win games. Now we're diving into the draft for game number 3. We get the swap of the sides as is usual. University of Kentucky on the blue side, University of Delaware on that red side. Similar bands coming off the board already.
Yep. Oh, a little bit in a different order. Echo was usually first, and Nunu was second, but that's not
See,
that
they
time
throw us
around.
for a loop there. Huh?
Yeah,
You better
whoa.
watch out for the University of Delaware. I don't know, man.
We've
Kinda
changed.
crazy.
We've changed. Yeah, Lilia. Okay,
Ooh,
that's
okay. Good band. Good band.
All right.
The Nocturne also has to come off, right? Because of the University of Kentucky's performance in game number 1.
true. Please, it's just you waiting for that. Though it comes down to the next question: is it going to be another blind Gnar top side
If
of the
it
map?
is, then I don't know. I've got to rethink a couple things in my life right now. If it's just gonna be 3 blind Nars back to back to back, getting dubs.
Well, you better
the blue
start
side.
thinking.
All right, well,
Okay.
Coco, take over. I'm gonna go think about some life decisions so far.
Yeah. Should I really be investing in this 401k right now? Is it the right? Check your stocks. Check the stocks right now. But
Is Nar trending in collegiate? Or-
here's another thing that is left open: is the Aurelia that Dive for Kills did really good on in game 1, and he did
For
it
the-
really well against
for the
Fat
first
Dragon.
like 15 minutes, did really well. Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
until the rest of his team
until
did
the
not
rest of
do
his
really
team
well.
had some problems. So I'm really looking forward to another moment where we see Dives for kills gets the pop-off version of what we had in game 1.
Yeah, the fan in me, the viewer in me, wants the the Aurelia. Excuse me, Diana. There's not a Diana in this game. Aurelia to pop off and have some success, and
We're just gonna get a run back of
Yeah,
game 1,
we'll do
aren't
it.
we? We're literally
it's
just gonna get besides the
outside of
Nocturne.
outside of the junglers. The junglers will be
Yeah.
completely different, but this is looking like a salty run back at the moment.
A
So,
salty run back at the salty
Salty run
spittoon.
back.
It just works.
It's just a question
the
of where you
narrative
pick
building
ADC.
is insane, Coco. I mean, you're
is.
nuts. You're correct.
There had what is it? What does he say? He
There we
had a
go.
bowl of. I'm trying to remember what the guy at the Salty Spoon ate. It was like a bowl of screws, right? A bowl of bolts or something without any
Something,
milk.
I'm guessing.
Um. Ooh. No, like
We,
no Moo ban. So
oh,
Moomoo's
and we get
here.
the MF
Ooh,
combo.
that's deadly. A
It is.
Moo
It's
was
honestly just as deadly as the Caitlyn Morgana combo. I feel
yeah.
like this is the
Okay.
new look
Yeah.
Caitlyn Morgana combo.
True. And this is where it's like, my goodness, that is a wombo combo disaster
It
because
really is.
this is where you can have a lot of success coming out of that bottom lane. You didn't have that Amumu banned this third game of the series. And the other thing too, Lucian was not banned. It was banned in phase 2 of game 1, but this time around, you could argue it still being a flexible pickup. You could still throw it mid, you could still throw it bot, and it will work. And with how Cage has sort of piloted that Lulu, I'm not too scared where that Lucian will be going.
And the Lucian was banned away in the second phase of game 1, so
Yes.
this time around, University of Delaware will pick that one up before they go into the second phase. So that's where I want to look at these next bans. Obviously, University of Kentucky in that first game banned away 2 ADCs in their final 2 bans. This time around, looking more towards that jungle focus, looking more towards that volatility that we've seen. The Talia Jarvan are going to get into the ban pool from that game 1, so University of Delaware keeping a lot of the bans the same.
Yeah, but the Evelyn ban does tell me that Kentucky is expecting an AP jungler and is trying to take those off the board. And that does, like, what that does tell you is that they're also expecting the Lelouch to be going into the mid lane, because that means AD mid, we need AP elsewhere on the map. Annie is picked up, something that also has not been very popular in the current competitive scene and environment, but has been coming up through the ranks just as a solo queue powerhouse. Though it's again R5 counter pick for jungle. We'll have to see how that plays out for Kentucky. They will have to blind pick that. And honestly, I think the Olaf is still a fine choice. You do have, with the amount of wombo combo setup, Skarner. I'm thinking Skarner here. No cap.
Just gonna go with the purple scorpion. See if that's what fits the mold.
You guarantee someone to be in the wombo combo. Like that's just how it is.
Deliver them to evil. It'd be so funny if we see the Amumu go jungle and this is just a support pick or something here. I think that would be hilarious.
True.
I'm guessing that's not where it's gonna go. University of Kentucky are gonna be able to pick up something here that really benefits their composition. And talking about it, the setup, what you want to deliver somebody into a wombo combo. Well, hey, you got a Dragon Rage kick, works mighty fine.
Yeah, Lee Sin looks really nice in this composition, has the early game starts to where it's not like flaky or suspicious like a Skarner is, where you can still lose the early game fairly easily. And Lee Sin has some pre-6 gank potential, can create some pressure to deny the Sorelli in the top side, deny the solution in the mid lane. And with that groan coming from you, that Hecarim is looking like something that can really distort a lot of that wombo combo.
And I feel like this has got to be just comfort for University of Delaware, right? These are not picks that you're seeing played at the higher levels. These are not picks that you're seeing be 100% banned or picked away, things along those lines. The Hecarim did have a heyday in the meta here not that long ago, but has definitely fallen through the ranks.
Yeah.
But the setup for it is insane. The speed that you can have to get around the map is insane. So now what I'm crucially looking for is the Hecarim's early game and how that plays into this Lucian Aurelia wombo combo that University of Delaware have gotten for themselves.
Yeah, the only issue now for me with that wombo combo potential is that it's going to be on opposite sides of the map. Unless this Annie is also going bot with the Lulu. Like, we've had some switch ups here and there. Like, we had that set Gnar change up as well. We had a Dark Harvest on a Gnar as well from Fat Dragon in game 1. And so this is a situation that I don't want to really give out too many expectations until we see what is on the Rift and where people are being assigned. Because that Lucian, like you said, if you can set up the solution in Aurelia with that Hecarim, man, that's dirty. That is some really good potential for them to separate the fight into, I'd say, bite-sized chunks, and then tear down the rest of University of Kentucky, where Kentucky wants you up all in that, all in their business to wombo combo, get in that Amumu, get into that Gnar, and then just get exploded by a bullet time and a Mega Inferno bomb. So it to this point is like, all right, cool. We understand how we want to get these team fights. We understand how we want to create skirmishes and almost a controlled chaos once again for the University of Delaware's JV team. But how do we get there? How is this laning phase going to be looking like? And it's sort of a flip of the coin where, though it looks appealing again for Delaware with die for kills on Aurelio once more, that bottom lane of Kentucky still looks pretty deadly against a shorter ranged bottom lane coming in from Cage and Lucian.
And I feel like the bar of execution for this game is really high. I mean, fitting that it's the game 3, fitting that in a Swiss bracket, neither of these teams wants to go down just yet in the season. But the bar, as I was saying, the bar of execution is set pretty high for both these compositions. You're looking for the setup into the wombo combo for the University of Kentucky, and especially when we're looking at the objectives, that's going to be key. And on the side of University of Delaware, some early individual outplays could be huge for them in a snowball potential, but it's also about the team fight execution. Who can you pick out? Where can you get the start off in the CC and the chains that come and follow for that for University of Delaware? So I think both these teams definitely setting themselves up for success if execution goes their way this time around.
That's what makes Game 3 so good, right? Is that you've had 2 games where people figure out how each other work in this in the series, and then Game 3 is no hold bars. It's best of 1. Bring out the strongest that you got. Bring out those comfort picks for University of Delaware. Bring out the wombo combos from Kentucky and challenge each other to their truest forms. If who's better, team fights or laning phase duels? Like, it's going to be quite a test of time and a test of skill and tenacity for these players. And they don't want to give out that undefeated season or series so far. They still want that one in the win column. But the thing is both these teams are also going away still shedding some blood. They both took a game off of each other, and that's something where they've learned and they've made that progress through this series that could really help them grow throughout the rest of the season.
And that was their first losses of the season, right?
Yep,
and for both of them, because both of them had come off 2-0 victories in their first week. So it's definitely something to have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder about, right? Especially in the way that this series has gone, where we've seen 2 very different games for different reasons, but very dominant games from the teams that won. So going into 3 games, it always seems like it has to go that way. The script is already written in itself when series go in that fashion. But for this one in particular, you're looking a lot at the individual players, right? We've seen so many variations in laning phases and the way that things go, CS differentials out the wazoo pretty much across both sides of it for both games. So like into this 3rd game, who is mentally strong? Who's mentally hanging into this game right now? Which team is going to come out on top?
I don't want to make any bets. I don't want to be risky. I ain't no gambling man, unfortunately, and or a betting man at that. And that's where, for me, I give favor for both of these teams to come out on top, because they've both shown the capability to come out of these games that do look like a deficit and come out with a favor. And
it's all about the errors, right? Yeah. Like it's about the things that happen on the
It's the punishment of those errors, right? Because it's like, Game 1, sure, Bad Dragon did not do well in that early laning phase, but the rest of his team was able to pull it together. Yeah, still got the dub. And then same thing goes for the Game 2, where Diver Kills plays a little bit greedy, does try and be a little bit more ambitious on the set, but the rest of his team and himself specifically in those dragon fights were able to turn that back around and win those very key and crucial encounters to where they could pick up that win.
So what you're saying here, are we still sticking to the whole fact that whoever loses top lane wins the game?
I feel like that.
I
think that's the one way. That's the one way we can actually tell how this goes. And it's like, you still got to get onto the rift and say, all right, which one of you's losing? Because I'm betting for you to pull it out and pull out a dub. Because it's like a
so junglers stay away. Nobody touch top lane. Nobody wants to even get close to that thing.
Touch it. Touch top lane, gang top lane, because that happened Game 2 where you got all that pressure from Milky Way, and he said, okay, I'm ganking top lane, I'm focusing the set. He presses him, doesn't matter, they lose those dragon fights, and Delaware comes out and ties up the series for us to be here right now for Game 3. And to that end, it's like, all right, just who loses it? Because it feels like the bottom lane starts sweating bullets and they just try hard so much more. And that's where it really comes out. It's just like, okay, all right, sure, both of these bottom lanes are like 0 kills, 0 deaths, but they've got like 10 assists right now. So We
That's
really
all
know
that
who the
matters.
tryhards are. Yeah.
Hey, I mean that's kind of what every ADC has signed themselves away to when they've played this season so far. As you get reserved to an island, have fun with your CS. We'll
Yep.
see you at 35 minutes into the game.
Yep.
But we haven't really gotten to that point because the lopsidedness has happened towards that 20-25 minute mark here when we see really those big fights, those big
True.
objective fights go down.
Yeah, we've only gotten to a point where we're around 2.5, maybe 3 fully completed items for both of these teams, and by then the game is pretty much set in stone, and it's just a matter of how efficiently these teams can close out those wins and close out these games in their entirety. And if we want to look at how that has been sort of produced throughout this series, University of Kentucky took a little bit of a while. They played a little bit too hastily and got to a point where Delaware was able to punish them, especially with some resets coming in from that early in game 1. And then game 2, it felt a little bit more of a just that whole execution and that consequence of oversteps coming in from Kentucky that Delaware was just able to punish out to a maximum. And it wasn't a very how would I say it? It wasn't more of like how well the team could close the game out. It was more of how much were they able to get off of those victories, of those fights. And to that end, it's like it's just a different way to end the game. You just were able to punish them when they messed up. And I think that's where, for me, if it does come down to like a key situation and saying like, all right, key fight wins it all, I feel like Delaware actually does have the upper hand here, saying if we come out on top in a crucial objective fight, we can close out the fights and the games a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's all about that reaction, that proactivity, what we see on the Rift here as we do dive into game number 3 of our first series of the night.
All right.
University of Kentucky White going up against the University of Delaware Blue Hens JV squad.
It looks like it is going to be the Annie going into the mid lane for Elite Okami. Not going to have that mid lane Lucian. Though as expected, it's like you never know with how these teams are. And at least it's Grasp at the end dying on Fat Dragon's Gnar. Yes! But we're going to have to hold down that point. Die for kills. He sees them coming in.
French
Doesn't get out.
one. Gotta watch out. You do have the bandage toss. A lot of distance on that one. Nobody wants to follow it up. It's not spoopy season yet. We're still in September.
Just wait a little bit longer. Just get the costumes out, start dusting them off, but just wait a little bit just for now. As get some information too. Though the word on the Tri-Brush here as that defensive play for die for kills, and even that wood there next to mid lane as well. Both of them fairly early, and against Lee Sin, Milky Way it's pretty beneficial for themselves, especially when Dayuni is also starting on the bottom side. You're going to be able to scout out and say, oh, all right, we know where Milky Way is not, at least, and move on from there.
And we will see, or at least we will, and also University of Delaware will see the fact that the bot lane start from Milky Way is already underway, and Dayuni not going to be spotted out just yet. Will be probably thought of being in the bot lane, as we see typically starting on that red side. You are going to be down on the blue buff, then transitioning your way top. But that means that both junglers going to be pathing the same way this time around.
The only curiosity for me in the sense of vision and information being brought out by them is the elbow brush ward. Yeah, it's the elbow brush ward at the red buff for University of Delaware. You see like Kentucky has a blue ward right there. If that sees Dayuni's Hecarim, I don't feel like it will. If it does, then you can see some potential plays coming in from either Milky Way or from Fat Dragon saying, all right, play real defensive now, or hey, I'm going to just sprint down to that bottom scuttle to try and get that and make it a 1-for-1 or possibly a 2-for-2 with the scuttle pickups and how the rest of the team interacts with each other. But I see that ward die just then. They won't get that information, and it's just going to be back to the drawing board of, all right, what's the expected clear of both these junglers, and when are we going to clash over those scuttles?
We see a lot of early aggressiveness from Gohens and Siege down in the bot lane, just trying to keep the Lucian lane up in arms. Milky Way is finding his way towards the top side of the map here. Fat Dragon has some relief coming his way in the middle of the entire minion wave. Fat Dragon gets out in first blood to Milky Way.
That attention, the greediness of die for kills once again in this top side of the map does not respect a jungle attention.
Do we go back to our joke and say that now they win the game, or what?
I think we gotta hold on just yet. No, it is just one kill. Diver Kills is pretty notorious, as you saw. He just teleports straight back in to that top side of the map, and it's like, you're already pushed up against the turret. There's no reason for you to be here in a sense of waiting for another kill, but he needs to catch that XP just to sort of keep up with Fat Dragon's Gnar and always be able to have that potential to kill this Gnar whenever he so chooses.
Indeed, that top lane matchup has been very volatile this series, all series long. See a little bit of Ware being given over to Dive for Kills early on. We'll see if he can bounce back. The game one Aurelia performance for Dive for Kills was insane. The amount of pressure he was able to keep on the Fat Dragon the entire game long. It was pretty rough. Unfortunately, they were unable to transition that into the actual team play and objective taking. If that changes this time around, maybe becoming a more integral part to the team. But we see the aggression already coming out from Dayuni, just going to spot out or try to spot out Milky Way on the path towards the bot side.
Tries to spot him out, just barely misses him. Here we look and pan back down to the bottom lane. Another thing of interest for these teams is especially how they trade within these minion waves, with how the Lucian and the Misfortune work, right? Because they both want to shoot through their waves or through the opposing wave to get that harassment down with the double up and with the piercing light. And as we discussed just that, this is a pretty chunky wave. I don't think Dayuni would try and look for it, but Milky Way, on the other hand, just might.
French Horn goes in. Dayuni is going to be on the backside of Milky Way here. The trading's already down. French Horn is dead to Siege. Now, do they get to trade back? Milky Way's going to die too. It's tragedy for the University of Kentucky. A couple shots go in from the tower. Asta, the only one left.
Just like that, 2 kills for none on the side of University of Delaware. And they get to grab a dragon for themselves too. I feel like Gohan should stay around just to help speed up this dragon as he stops his recall and says, you know what, let me help out my boy. The Uni here, get that dragon, and then I'll go for the recall. Because with Asta just sort of hanging about, you don't need to recall instantaneously. And alright, I was like, you have Smite. I know you do. But nonetheless, keeping that around and keeping the pressure up just to make sure that he can get as much as University of Kentucky would if they were to hang around for a bit.
Nice little advantage given over to University of Delaware early, at least, with that dragon take, with a couple kills given over to this bot lane. Be nice to build off of for them, but that transition into those objectives, that transition into mid game is still where we have to keep our eyes on. And now my big eye is on Milky Way and what the response is on this Lee Sin. You got to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, he's the one that has the kill for Kentucky White, and I saw him hovering a little bit on that top side just for a few moments to see if Diver Kills would try and look for another tower dive, but decided not to, and he knows that his camps are back up, so he has to go and catch those right now. The next thing, the next objective that would be available on the board would be that Rift Herald. So comes to another question. When do these teams want to prioritize that? When would they want to look for it nonetheless? Because they've had a sort of ebb and flow of when these teams look for that Rift Herald specifically. In game 1, it took a while. It took around till, I'd say, 9-10 minutes that they looked at it. But now, Die for Kills.
That dragon doesn't have
now.
any Meganar bar there. Is it going to be a kill going over? That's it. Another solo bolo for Die for Kills.
Solo bolo. 1 for 3. On the board, University of Delaware starting to make a lead for themselves. Though it's only 1,000 gold, it's just the beginning for them. They have bottom lane priority, they have top lane priority, but there's a gank coming in seeing if University of Kentucky turn that around.
Not going to be level 6 yet. The bandage toss connects on to Gohans. Now the TP is going to be there from Lido Kami. He will have the stun available. There's the Tibbers down. Milky Way in some trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb, rather, is not going to get the damage down. Dayuni, it's a bit of an over-engagement there, but not going to get any kills for it. Well, that tower shot followed Tibbers all the way home, and it will just be that 1 kill going over to University of Delaware.
Once again, another great counter gank from University of Delaware. The TP right into the center of the fight by Elite Okami allows it allows his Annie to pretty much just create space for the rest of the team and stall it out, allow Diuni to come in with that reinforcement of the Hecarim, get that onslaught of shadows, and secure that lockdown and secure the kill. Now jumping to a place where there's no way, excuse me, for the University of Kentucky to try and fight through. And like I mentioned just a few moments ago, looking at the Rift Herald, who wants it, who's going to go for it, and when? And at this moment, I don't think University of Delaware really wants it. They're in the driver's seat. I don't think University of Kentucky has the current mindset. They have the resources to go for it and attempt it, but I don't think their mindset is in the right space right now. They're grasping at straws, trying to get some control back in the laning phase.
Oh, all of that culling just got sunken into the team of University of Kentucky White's bot lane.
My goodness.
And Fringe Horn and Asta survive, but for how long?
You're recalling. You're recalling right now because you do not know where Diuni's Hecarim is. You push that wave out, don't even have bullet time yet, and being that crucial level down, being underneath this turret is even more deadly. And I can see them being shoved off right now as Diver Kills is looking for Fat Dragon for the second time.
Oh my god, he does so much damage. Forces the flash out of Fat Dragon. Bot lane's going to be forced off the tower, though. They weren't able to get the back off early enough, and that's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb used as well from Sobieski in the mid lane. Try to thin that wave a little bit. Dive for Kill still up here waiting for Fat Dragon to take the bait. Looking like he will. Vanguard's edge comes out, but nice Meganar is going to push Dive for Kills away.
Push him off that one. Keep the top priority available for the side of University of Delaware. Say no worries. Let's go ahead and get some pressure here for this Rift Herald to take at 10 minutes. Appropriate time for themselves. They'll have 4 minutes to think about using it if they are able to at least get it. Though with University of Kentucky knowing that this is happening, here comes 3 members. Ziggs and Gnar are available. Not to mention Milky Way is level 7. They could try and challenge for this. All ultimates are available.
Going to be taken. Rift Herald's getting a little bit low, 1,500 health. The stun came out from Alito Kami. Rift Herald's going to be taken by Diuni. The fight goes their way afterwards. Die for Kills is into it. There's the oh my goodness, the backline access there from University of Delaware, and now the University of Kentucky are just engaging one by one and just going to be taken out of the fight as well. University of Delaware JV are taking it to the varsity squad of University of Kentucky. Go Hens with the culling. That's it. That's an ace across the board.
We were right, Lennon. The top lane that lost the first blood is the one that's winning. And it's not even really a lose here. This is straight up just domination from the University of Delaware. This JV team is a force to be reckoned with here, as it was comfort over counters in this game 3. They picked the comfortable champions that they want. You've got Aurelia for Die for Kills. You've got that Hecarim and Annie for Okami and Diuni, and then Gohans and Siege were able to get this Lulu and Lucian lane as well, which I had my doubts because of how short ranged it is, but they have been able to create a good amount of space, and not to mention Diuni has been on the counter ganks. He's been on point this game. Just on this Hecarim. Phenomenal job from the entire team.
And French Horn, unfortunately for the Amumu, just could never find that aggressive stance in the bot lane to make Gohens and Siege stay off of the waves and keep up the pressure. That's what you kind of need with the Amumu, because without that, you go in and you die. Now we see this level of discrepancy. Gohens can just obliterate French Horn if he tries to go in for the in-game.
Well, that's the whole discussion with the support Amumu, right? Is that you're OP level 1, level 2, because you just have more skills than everyone else, because you start with 3 skills with the double Q. But after that, you're not as tanky as Leona, you're not as tanky as a Nautilus, you're squishier than a Lulu at this point, and you don't do anything until you hit level 6, and a lot of your damage is dependent on how much your ally can do. And at this moment, it's not a lot. Misfortune is more of a harasser than she is a dueler, and to that end, you need that third man to help you out, and Milky Way just has not been there. Yes, he's here now. Yes, he's here to try and turn this game back around and try and find something for University of Kentucky to play through. But think of all the time that he's wasting right now. He's sitting in this bottom lane for currently 45 seconds. And top side's being aggressed, bottom lane's being aggressed. Here we go, here's the fight.
Bullet time there, but they can't get the follow-up, and he misses the Sonic Wave. Dragon Rage kick might still secure the kill, but it doesn't. Again, it just doesn't go the way of University of Kentucky.
And here comes Okami on that Annie. Milky
that's
Way is
it.
done.
That's it. Ooh, the nice little ward hop, but here comes the Uni on the backside of it. Novisky is here too. They brought all the bodies. The Rift Herald's going to be spawned there quickly with the Uni. Meanwhile, top lane, we're getting a 1v1 going down. Mega Nar's already popped. Mega Nar's down, and Fat Dragon is dead again.
I saw that Fat Dragon missed that wallop on his W. That was unfortunate for him not to get that additional stun for Die for Kills to be locked down underneath the turret for just a little bit longer. But it wouldn't have mattered at this point with how a 5-in-1 Aurelia is just wreaking havoc on the top side of the map, and nothing can be found for University of Kentucky. They have exhausted so many resources and gotten nothing out of it.
And that's where I think the difference is from game one. University of Kentucky were able to find cross-map plays while Die for Kills was getting huge value top lane. But because of the differences that they were getting, it was still manageable. Here, they're not getting anything anywhere, but maybe they'll get Die for Kills. Finally, the TP going to be utilized, but it's way too late. Die for Kills turns it for a kill anyways. And now Elite Okami is here to try to deal some damage back. Not going to be enough to follow it up with anything more, but at least the trade went down for Die for Kills.
My only question right now for University of Kentucky is, where's Caitlyn Morgana? Because it was not banned in Game 2 or Game 3. And you played Caitlyn in Game 2, but you played it with the Seraphine, tried to experiment a little bit, didn't do as successful as the Caitlyn Morgana lane. Why not just go back to it? It wasn't banned. So, we're like, why try and invest in something that has not been successful yet? Though, yes, the Amumu has been banned in 2 out of the 3 games, but it's just as fickle or as fragile as many of these other lanes have been. And this is where, for me, it's like you're almost exhausting a lot of your options for a lack of reliability just to be more versatile or have a different change-up in a composition. And that's where it'll come down to question post-mort for a lot of these teams when you have that discussion. And just out of the game, that's the current thought process. But back into it, it's like, where do you get back into this game? How do we find ourselves a lead? Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. We have a wombo combo team. All of our ultis are available for it. Maybe looking at this Dragon and challenging for the soul point is the way to go, because they still do a lot of damage if they're able to condense everyone into that clumped space.
Now you've got the Eclipse completed for Asta on the MF. Going to be an interesting one to see how it does when you're this far behind, right? The damage profile is just not going to be there. Frenchborn might find the engage here. Okami does get everything utilized. So Visky takes up the kill. There's the pick that you're looking for, but Frenchborn now in some trouble with the Uni right on his tail. For Kills is here as well. There's the reset. Vanguard's Edge comes out. Bullet time on top of everyone, but it gets canceled early because that's a 3-man stun from Die for Kills. Will it be all of it going over to UD? It looks like it will. Big damage reduction for Die for Kills, but he gets killed anyways. Milky Way is here to make something happen. The only member at least having the majority of gold on University of Kentucky, but they can't continue the fight as it's unmanned. It's 2 against 3 so far.
Back off, and thankfully for themselves, teleport is available if Fat Dragon wants to reset.
Just gonna start the Dragon.
But yeah, there's Milky Way's in the area though, so they have to drag it out. Vision is there, that was already placed by University of Kentucky, so this is still going to be a challenge, but it's not the wombo combo that University of Kentucky wanted, so it's going to be a lot more risky.
Dragon. He doesn't have the Mega Gnar. There's the calling used already. Deuni on the other side. Milky Way has connected with the Sonic Wave. Won't take it though. Won't follow that up. Fat Dragon doesn't have any Mega Gnar bar here. It's still University of Delaware having the Dragon at 20,000 or 2,000 health. It is going to reset now. This means the rest of UK White can move into the pit. We've got Gohans joining the fight now as well. A little bit of resets coming out here, and maybe it's just University of Delaware giving up that fight.
At this point, I feel like that's the best option for Delaware. They don't have the resources to secure the dragon. You can see Diuni just got his smite back up a couple seconds ago, and because of that, with the lack of execution and security for this dragon, it's easier to not risk anything, not give any other shutdowns over to the side of University of Kentucky, and play it safe, get back to your lanes, continue to farm up, and address the next objective, which is going to be his Herald. It's only 18.5 minutes in. They can take this Herald while the rest of the University of Kentucky resets. So Delaware, overall, it's a little bit of a win-lose. You're able to get that Herald at the cost of having to exhaust those resources from the Dragon, but I can see the rest of Kentucky now moving up in mid lane. They don't know this objective is happening. This will go out without a hitch.
7,000 gold in the lead affords you this kind of momentum going forward for University of Delaware, especially. Now you got to continue to realize the Wombo combo is there for University of Kentucky. So when we get to the next Dragon fight, when we get to the Baron Pit, things along those lines, as Hasta just gets taken out by Gohans. Gohan stays close because the tower shot, he gets out. Oh, the speed up as well. Siege follows him up, and saves the day.
He didn't even need to use a heal or a flash at all. It's just like, boom, get in, get the kills, and Lou is there to help support me. I'm good. That is a much bigger win than it perceives to be, just getting a 1-for-1 underneath the turret and getting out. Because now you still have that ultimate, you still have the summers available for the next fight. You have this Rift Herald in the back pocket for Diuni. I'm saying, well, got this top lane under control, get some vision into this top side of the map to create a safe side lane for die for kills to go through. And, hey, threaten Baron. Just threaten Baron. That's it. Don't need to start it. Just threaten it. Blot out all the vision that UK White has here that they have just set up. So that's a lot of their gold that they had just put onto the map. And if you immediately take that away from them, they're going to be a little upset. They're going to try and push out and try and win it back. And that's where you punish them. You get them into a choke. And with this Hekra multi, boom, it's done.
I want to see where this Rift Herald is going to be utilized for Diuni, as it's going to be a lot harder to get onto one of these tier 2s, but you can expect with the amount of pressure that die for kills can get in a side lane, it could be easy if they pick their fights right. Dragon going to catch out die for kills here. Not going to get the stun onto him though, so nice little moves so far, but a majority of the bodies for UK White are in the mid lane right now, with Sabisky taking the side lane against Elite Okami.
Yeah, he has the range to deal with it, and he, though has one of the longer auto attack ranges, does not have one of the longer spell cast ranges, so he can just go ahead and farm from afar. And the rest of the team can just stay up in this mid lane and keep the pressure on, and at least neutralize any of the pressure that University of Delaware is looking for, though this turret just needs to be sneezed on and it'll be done. If not, maybe a couple more, maybe just, oh wow, that Casimir was able to get. I guess Asa just did not want to auto attack those minions, was a little bit scared. I respect it with how Die for Kills is currently in that top side of the map, and Gohan's killed you underneath your turret last time, so sacrificing that turret and opening up the map for Delaware at the cost of University of Kentucky, just for a sense of confidence.
And that's 3 towers to 0 so far for University of Delaware. Gotta love the pressure that affords them across the map. And yeah, we don't have another dragon until a minute and a half, but they are able to get full resets off before they get back onto the rift here. They're able to set up for this dragon way ahead of time, make sure they get priority in mid and bot, and then utilize that to easily take this soul point dragon.
Take that Gromp. I wonder how much gold he has. I think he's pretty, he might be pretty close to Sterax. That might be a good power up here for Milky Way, where Fat Dragon is nowhere close to that. We cannot cash in on that just yet. But here you go. This is what I was looking for. Getting that vision, but they're being a little hasty. They know that they know that Fat Dragon's bot lane, and they know Sobisky's recalling. Okay, so this is at risk that they're going to play for, even though it is on top of vision.
Fat Dragon has TP. Here it's coming, as well as Elite Okami, but there's the bait, and the trap has been unleashed. French Horn does get a nice amount of CC, but not going to be on a lot of members. That Dragon Rage kick was huge from Milky Way. They can still force the fight. They can still do exactly what they've been doing. Rift Herald's going to be utilized by Diuni into the jungle. See if they turn back onto the Baron now, as the Rift Herald providing a little bit of distraction. It provides enough distraction. to kill Milky Way. French Horn is dead too. Bullet time is huge, but the Meganar is going to stop the advance of the University of Delaware. Now flashes are actually going to come out. We see Siege getting taken out as well. Mega Inferno Bomb follows it up. Double kill for Asta, but he gets obliterated by Timbers. Those words, and Killhen does get a double kill on top of it. So Bisky is chased down by Timbers himself, but that's just the Dragon going over to University of Delaware with the amount of bodies they have up.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and take this soul point finally for themselves with Lulu and Lucian to boot. And what was looking like a very dire fight for the University of Kentucky White, they were able to turn around with that wombo combo. That bullet time and Curse of the Sad Mummy did pay off finally for themselves. Not to mention that Dragon's Rage kick at the beginning of that sort of skirmish was really crucial because it denied a lot of that engagement from die for kills to be thrown to the wayside, and the whole fight had to be reset. Interesting enough that UK White decided to just try and burst down the Rift Herald while their jungler was dying right behind it, but hey, they were still able to pull out off a W here to at least neutralize this game for a little bit longer, though at a negative just with that dragon being taken away.
Yeah, just a little bit more given back over to the University of Delaware. And now we got to see the setups for the next little bit. We don't have a dragon for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, just about. You still got to worry about the Baron now that University of Delaware feel more confident and feel confident enough to use that as a bait. The biggest thing is TPs are not available for Okami, who's in the side lane, and Sabisky does not have TP himself.
Not a lot of vision here for UK White. It's just that one out in there in the elbow brush right behind blue buff. That's just going to be cleared immediately by Dayuni and Siege. That Dragon's Meganar, though, being down, it's not a bad time for it to be down and be on cooldown at the moment, but Delaware knows.
Can I just slowly point out that Gohan's is 6-0 now and has like a 70-80 CS differential against Asta?
Yeah.
As this Lucian feels pretty good at this moment, right? When you're stacking into your third item at 25.5 minutes in, it is going to be really rough for UK White to deal with. But the big thing is, if they can find that pick, if they can find that moment on Gohan's, that's a big shutdown as well.
It does, and this is where, like, while we have a little bit of a downtime, hopefully I don't jinx myself here, but we can be sort of crucial on a lot of the itemization that's happening. And especially with Asta's Misfortune, it's still sort of a 50-50 flip if you want to be going for either the Eclipse and sort of pure armor pen lethality build strat, or for the press the attack Gale Force build, where you get bonus damage off of your crit, just like Lucian does. There we go, hold my point. Here comes that Viper Band.
The Wild Growth has already been used. French, oh my god, he just gets taken out by Gohan. Gohan's on the side here. A lot of damage on Milky Way. Fat Dragon with a big Meganar into the wall, but it's not enough. Fat Dragon gets taken out by Dayuni. Now it's Gohan's at 8-0 onto the Baron. This Baron is burning down now, and the backs are completing for Asta. You're not going to have anybody to try and fight this, so Bisky's just getting 1v1 in the mid lane. Knife for kills. Going to sit there and tank the tower, because why not?
And with that slight mistake, with French Horn just being caught out.
But it was not French Horn. Siege, who was just AFK standing in the Baron buff, and French Horn's like, of course I'm going to take that advantage of that. But the bait was there.
Like, the bait was there, but like, French Horn's Mumu is not there with bullet time from Asta. If Asta was there and you get that Curse of the Sad Mummy immediately into a bullet time, then I'm like, okay, that bait was worth it. You've got a lot of damage dished out onto the members of University of Delaware. But that did not happen. There was nothing going on there for the side of University of Kentucky White to make that argument valid. And now we're here. Once again, fair and power play with a dominating performance from the Blue Hens junior Versitor team to break the defenses of UK White. They already have that mid inhibitor. Let's see if they can find a second.
I mean, they're at like a 15,000 gold lead. That last fight, they were hovering around 9,000, 10,000. This whole game has been University of Delaware in the driver's seat. But it's interesting to see them test their confidence and see how far they're willing to go. Because a lot of these fights have been a little bit iffy, and they get a little close sometimes. And you feel like in the lead that you have, it shouldn't be that way. But it just shows the heart of University of Kentucky in their varsity squad that they just do not want to let this one go.
Don't want to let it go at all. Don't want to let this chance slip away from them now. Still have a way to get back into this game for University of Kentucky, but same thing for Delaware. They don't want to slip this one out either and give over any mistakes that can be punished. Oh, Fat Dragon.
He's dead.
He's gone.
Yep, he's dead.
Bye.
That's, again, circle back to 15,000 gold. That'll help when you've gotten a lot of assists, you've gotten a lot of team gold, and now the sad thing is bot lane's already pushed in. The inhib is going to fall. Top lane's getting taken out as we speak. That's going to be double super minions if they can get the handle on it. They are pushing in these waves. They want to end the game as Vanguard's Edge comes out for die for kills.
And it was dished out. Ooh, so much being thrown away too. Die for kills ultimate being down though might be a place for DK White to try and wiggle some space back into the defenses of their Nexus, but I think this is just a ticking time bomb here with the University of Kentucky.
40 seconds on Baron buff. They go for the engage.
There's
the curse. There's the bullet time. That's exactly what you wanted. That's 15,000 gold. Is it enough for your life? Die for kills goes in. Gohans is still alive somehow. And there's the difference maker. He finally dies. But it does not matter. The health bars are already gone. The game is already gone. And the University of Delaware Blue Hens JV squad has killed the University of Kentucky varsity squad in their white team. What a performance. What a comeback from the University of Delaware.
And an amazing third game there from Delaware as well. This is something that both game 1 and game 2 were rather, I have to say, messy. Both from the top lane specifically, like just as the meme as it is, like whoever gave over first blood, their team won the game anyways.
Won the game.
It did not matter.
Won the game.
So to that end, it's like, okay, so a lot of lanes were just getting oppressed by the side of University of Delaware. They just had the man-to-man power almost every single time. I'm still looking at Die for kills. He did a amazing job on that Aurelia and on the set in every single game. And to that end, he was able to help keep his team stable through this entire series. And then you have people like Gohens who, on their ADC pickups, are just able to dominate. And I have to say, for a JV team, they are looking mighty strong right now, and only goes to show how strong the program there at the University of Delaware is.
And the University of Kentucky got their Wombo combo off in the end, but it just was too little too late. It feels good to get that one off, but definitely want to see how they bounce back from that one, especially, and what they learn from going with these Wombo combo style compositions, because that bar of execution, as we said, going into the third game, was very high for them and just weren't able to live up to it. So very excited to see that. But for the University of Delaware, as you said, huge feat here. Get to continue undefeated in the Swiss bracket, get to continue on to bigger and better foes. But for them, it's the momentum going forward. It's the comfort that we saw them bring out in game number 3 that just shined so heavily.
Yeah, and it was all those comfort picks. And with Diony's Hecarim doing an immaculate job at the right times, where you're able to get those onslaught of shadows onto multiple members to create that place where that shorter ranged comp of an Annie and a Lucian are able to get in and deal that damage before there's any sense of repercussion or reply from the members of University of Kentucky. And also punishing every single member that's been caught out, whether it's Fat Dragon out of his lane a little bit too far, whether it's heck, even the Amumu, like just being at the Baron Pit. Like there's a lot of reasons why there shouldn't have been players where they were by University of Kentucky, and it was Delaware who found those opportunities first and punished them to the maximum and brought this game home and brought the series home to for a victory for themselves.
Leniency, baby. Leniency is the key to the game here in the early season, but both teams coming out, giving us their all, taking us the distance in our first series. We are not going to have an interview for our first match of the night, but that does mean we're going to go right to the nitty-gritty, go into the second game. We're going to step away, take a small little break, but when we come back, we have the Mid-Atlantic Division matchup, Widener University taking on Stony Brook University. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Split. I'm so excited to be diving into our second game of the night. We've got Mazel and Coco the Dragon on the desk here calling the games. And the birthday boy and Coco the Dragon is still staying strong as we go into our second best of three between Widener University and Stony Brook University Red.
Yeah, and it is a very different kind of skill levels for both of these teams. You got the Masters and High Diamond players going up against a lot of Gold players this time around. Excuse me. As don't let that fool you though. Like Stony Brook, they are a dominant team for sure. I'm looking at Kotena on the top side, Dinosaur as well. Very familiar names that have a very oppressive style, I'd love to say, in their own rights. But a little bit of a spoiler, Katana also likes to play Gnar. So I hopefully don't...
Hope you packed your bags for a Gnar weekend.
Yeah,
or Gnar week, I guess.
I can't believe you didn't go for Gnarly. The pun was right there.
No, I'm not gonna stoop to that level, Coco. All right,
we're mature. We're mature men over here. Nonetheless, don't count out Widener just yet. They have a very strong top side as well in Crown Prince. That could potentially upset, to be honest. And hey, even in the mid lane, C9 Cole, or just Cole as it is, will also have a place where you can create some possibilities to make waves or cause some issues against the regiment that is Stony Brook University. And that's where it comes down to draft efficiency. We talked about it in the first series that you have some compositions that are either easier to execute or they're a little bit more difficult to get off on the ground and get rolling. And that's where I feel like Widener could potentially start to give themselves some places to build leads and really level the playing field in this series.
I mean, we just saw the JV team take down a varsity squad of a well-known university. You gotta
Yeah,
appreciate the underdog stories here, and especially in Collegiate League of Legends. As you said when you were starting your point, never count anybody out. There's
yeah,
always the comfort factor. There's always who shows up on the day, the execution, all those kinds of things, especially. And now that we're gonna be looking at this series as a whole here and diving into our second best of three, right? Like, I'm just really excited what Stony Brook University Red can bring to the table here,
true.
especially against Widener, because we've seen Stony Brook last season as well, and throughout the seasons as we go, and being able to see this university come through with a multitude of squads, and again, leaning into that kind of culture and community that
Sure.
you build.
Exactly, and it all starts at the top, right? Especially with these players specifically in Stony Brook, where they can help start these programs, get them rolling, and then creating that ecosystem, like you said, to help sort of improve each other and improve other players above or below them, no matter how they are in their college. And as we have now jumped into the draft, it is a speed draft for sure. Not a lot of thinking on the fly. It has all been done in pre-production. For the teams at least, as they have really thought each other out,
No
scouted
script
each
here, no
other.
script here, promise, promise.
Not scripted. They just know what they want. They know what they want and they know what they don't want. And NAR is one of those bands taken away. So no first pick NAR this time around for Stony Brook or Widener. Not going to be seeing that this series. But another thing to bring up as well, Galio, Kennen, Graves, Thresh, and LeBlanc, you know that you're trying to choke out as much of that mid lane as possible away from Widener.
Especially that mid lane synergy possible there. The Tristana is the first pickup for Widener, though, so comfort already coming through as their first pick goes down. Stony Brook do have two in response, so big pieces to the puzzle going to be picked up for Stony Brook, as the first hover is going to be Lee Sin. We didn't see a great Lee Sin being pulled through in series number one. We'll see if that can bounce back here with Stony Brook University picking up as their first pick.
And loving the Tristana flex as well, something that Cole and even Game can play, or at least pilot. And it also doesn't leave a lot of information for Stony Brook to go up against. They have to say, all right, let's just get that blind jungle prio. Let's go ahead and get something that's comfortable for us and can fit into a lot of compositions. Doesn't give a lot of information over to Widener either. And then find a little bit of priority within our lanes ourselves. They decide to go with the Kaisa for leaves. Not something that has shown up last series, but is a little bit more popular meta. Something that can duel efficiently, has a lot of very effective duo bot lane compositions, and can also be very effective in taking down tanks when they try and build up a little bit more of a front line, which Widener is doing just now. Braum and Malphite already up there to seeing if they can really slow a game down by just diving right on top of you and keeping you in place.
And that's the biggest thing, is like leaning back into that execution topic. I just think the Silas here might throw Rich into the works for Widener, because that is going to be some juicy ultimates to be able to steal at least the one so far, the Unstoppable Force. We'll see how that all pans out for them, though. The first trio is picked up. We have our ADC matchup, as well as the Kaisa was able to be picked up by Stony Brook. See, the Viego actually hovered here as the ban going into the second phase for Stony Brook. Would be an interesting ban. It's kind of fallen through the cracks here in the collegiate scene, at least for the most part. Will potentially be banned away, just trying to take away those jungle avenues for Widener. It is the Fiddlesticks instead, so still those jungle avenues.
There. Let's see here. I'm looking at a lot of top lane bans here from Widener just to give some pressure, like sort of some pressure off of the shoulders of both Crown Prince and Cole, respectively. You don't want something that can just absolutely oppress the Malphite early on, and then can also potentially upscale. Tryndamere, obviously one of those options that has been comfortable for Cortana in recent history, but Camille is also available. And, well, as I just say, Camille is taken away. So, it doesn't leave a lot of options open for like the most recent performances that Kotena has, but I'm not counting him out just yet. He has a champion Ocean that he can work with, unlike that of Widener, who, with that Zoe gone, it's a question of what else does Cole have in his in their effective pool that will be able to really challenge that of Stony Brook.
That's the challenge that you must face, though. I really like the team fight potential already out of Stony Brook University. The thing is, though, the setup for Widener right now is a lot better. I feel like they have a lot more going for them in choice of decisions they can make to get the setup in their corner. And now going into it with their couple last picks here, waiting on that counter pick from Stony Brook, they're obviously going to be looking at these solo lanes, or at least one more solo lane, and as well as their jungle matchup. They go with the Ashe, actually.
Okay.
Maybe we've
It's
already
just all
gotten our
engagement.
setup.
It's just
Yeah.
it's all engagement. You got a Malphite and an Ashe, and then Tristana and Lilia to help follow up. Braum will keep people locked down. It's a lot of wombo combo. Though for myself, it does take time to get off the ground. Ashe is going to be a little bit slow to start. Yes, you can harass with volley, but does take time to become a lethal ADC. Tristana has to wait around until level 3, maybe a cheesy level 2 to try and get some play. But it is a riskier situation of saying we have all the tools to hit the big red buttons and give ourselves the confidence to make plays. We just need to get going, get the plane off the ground, and figure how we can do that. Stony Brook, on the other hand, I think that's a Pantheon support. Just because Karma top lane sounds so much more appealing to me when you're up against a Malphite. Something that can hard shove the lane, oppress from range, doesn't get really dampened in a sense of attack speed slows or armor buildup from the Malphite on the opposing side. And Pantheon and the Kai'Sa have a lot of lethal potential. Something that can jump on top of this Braum, dish out a lot of damage with the Pantheon Kai'Sa burst, and then potentially look to take on the Ashe as well. So that's just sort of my thought process there. But we have seen a lot of Pantheon top lanes as of late, so there is always the capability that Kotena decides to pick that one up into himself for that top side of the map.
And as always, right, with these kinds of things, like you do need to wait till we see who's actually piloting what on the Rift, because a lot of these things can be a little bit up in the air. But so far, so good for both these teams. I feel like to set up into a game one, right? These are the kinds of compositions that you want to go into a series with. You want to be able to be a little bit exploratory, but have some of that comfort in your back pocket, have the things that you feel comfortable playing around, whether it be the team fight potential or the engage skirmish heavy potential of the early game, and find those things that work well for your squads, right? And I think for both these teams going into this one, they've set themselves up really nicely. But again, as we've seen all day long, and especially in the last series, the execution is key.
100%. And it worries me just a little bit, because even though it feels like it's team fight priority that Widener has, and it's like, oh, easier execution, it's just push the button, send it in, hit the targets, clean up the fight. It's much more difficult from what we're seeing now in this meta, and even from the last series, to get a full 5-on-5 hit the button go situation. It's becoming a lot more someone's getting caught out, or you're going in a little early and then it becomes chaotic, and it's trying to organize the chaos a little bit more and trying to figure out how to team fight within that chaos that these teams and players individually have to figure out. And that's where you give Stony Brook the benefit of the doubt in that point, especially because it's like they have a lot of strong individual characters that are in really good hands, and you can't always count out that skill discrepancy. As much as Widener has done to try and level the playing field with becoming a more simpler execution kind of composition, you're dealing with some uphill battles right now. And if you lose out early, like you said, if you don't get that plane off the ground, there's no way that you're actually going to be able to take flight in this first game.
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult task ahead of us. But as we've talked a little bit more and zooming out a little bit more is the fact that both these teams, as it was in the first series, because of the Swiss bracket, both these teams undefeated going into this, and still trying to find that momentum in the season, trying to find those wins where they can, right? And keep themselves afloat, keep themselves in that upper bracket. And we said already, this is a little bit different of a story than that game one or that first series we had. The skill discrepancy is definitely there for this one. but there's still nothing that you can hold back from these players to take these games seriously, especially.
True. Very, very true. All that matters is how they get onto the Rift too. Because this is a little bit of a different of undefeated records now. Because though Widener, I believe they both did go 2-0 in their first week series as well. Unless you correct me here, Mizell. Though, even though it comes to that play, we've seen Stony Brook before in previous seasons, or at least I have, and I recall their records, and they're a threatening team. And going up against Stony Brook in the second week of the season, heck, I gotta say it might be a good learning lesson here. It might be something that if they can show that they can go toe to toe with this team and challenge them at certain levels, it's a good way to learn a lot of lessons really fast. And if you're able to take even a game off of Stony Brook, Widener's looking nice. And that's something where it's like you've got an underdog here that you can start building a story and keeping an eye on. And that is what I want out of this team.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me because we talk about it all the time, but it's something that has to be talked about, is like the journey for these kids, right? Like these are college kids who are making their way through school, but as well as has found a passion in League of Legends, and to be able to harness that while going to school, it's all a tall task. And especially for a lot of these programs and a lot of these, clubs that we see in the NACE Starleague, it's not all structured, it's not all planned, it's not all set in stone. You have a lot of moving parts that have to be dealt with, a lot of real lives that have to be dealt with in these players, in these teams. So it's always very interesting to see how well it all works together, what changes come across the seasons, and for both of these squads, being able to start out 1-0 is not too shabby in their own right. So I like to see it, as you were saying, a little bit of the legacy building Stony Brook University in their program, in the fact that we've seen a lot of them in the past, and Widener University trying to break out on the scene.
Yeah, for sure. So just as a reminder, with those compositions, we're looking at a slower to start, but very high execution focused team fight composition from Widener, and then Stony Brook, a lot more scrappy, a lot more win lane win game, but it's very oppressive and it's more mid game focused. Of hyper farm, get to your mythic items, have that mythic item faster than your opponent, and then punish them to the maximum, get those proper lane assignments, and so on and so forth. Something that is a little bit more upper echelon of competition, especially with what Stony Brook has been dealing with as of late. But yeah, at this point, it's just sort of a sit and wait. Yeah, we're dealing with spectator delay and we're trying to talk our ways through it. But at this point,
so question for
I'm
you,
thinking
though.
Dragon Folks here for Stony Brook. Still.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much of that we see, because you are rocking the double ADC composition for Widener, and I do like to see those double ADC comps go for early objectives, go for that kind of stranglehold that you can find with that composition, because once you get into 2-3 items with 2 ADCs, it's really hard to keep up in the damage profile on the other side. So I want to see how much of the influence we see of these objectives, and especially the dragons early from both these squads. But I'm really wanting to see how the double comp works for Widener and how they utilize it.
Yeah, because a lot of it will require them to be on top of their game and getting to those power spikes and those item points faster, or at least on par with that of Stony Brook. And because of it being a double ADC composition, it gives them the skirmishing advantage of saying, like you said, you have more damage, you will be able to really dish out a lot of pain against this composition of that Stony Brook cooked up, which, yes, that it is tanky, but it isn't something that can be just sort of brute frontline like the Malphite and the Braum can. You have capability to execute the Lee Sin very fast if he goes over and steps far too across the line. Or even for the Karma, who it's going to be really hard to get rid of the Karma, but you could try and punish those. And even the Pantheon, who I'd have to say Pantheon is the most likely to get punished because he's the one that has the way to get in, but doesn't have a lot of tools to get out. And you're dealing with other champions like the Silas, the Kai'Sa, the Karma, and Lee Sin that can all dip in and get out. And that's where it comes into a pretty fun discussion, which I don't think we have time for, that front lines and sort of tankiness has been diverted more to mobility and being able to disengage faster and get away from that zone control of a team than it is of just like sitting in the team and just becoming immortal and unkillable.
And the thing for me that's can possibly just be the most volatile piece this entire game is the Silas for Stony Brook. I think that's
Sure.
huge, especially going into the likes of ultimates that you have on the side of Widener, where you have the Enchanted Crystal early unstoppable force, even the Glacial Fissure as well on top of it. There's so much potential for the re-engage and things along those lines that you were talking about, like the mobility to get away, but as well to get back into the fight for Stony Brook. That those play calls are going to be really interesting.
Oh, for sure. Like, man, the AP scaling on Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's gonna hurt. That for sure is definitely gonna be a little bit painful. Same thing with the Unstoppable Force, like you mentioned, and the fact that he can steal those away. Because you've also got the Tristana and the Lilia. I'm not too worried about the Lilia. That one's all right. Though the fact that this is the third Lilia we've seen out of 4 games is rather impressive for myself. Like, yes, we had a little bit of a one trick on the side of Dayuni that had the Lilia most of the time, and then went to the hack room when we weren't able to get that pick. But having that come back into the meta at this point in the season is interesting. It's a little bit of an exploit that I think these collegiate teams have figured out in at least their level of competition.
Well, as we get to finish our thoughts on it, we finally hit Summoner's Rift for the first time of this best of 3. We've got NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV action continuing here with the Mid-Atlantic Division bout. Widener University versus Stony Brook University Red.
And it looks like we do get our tales being told. It is not going to be Pantheon support as I had gambled. It is going to be Karma support with Pantheon in the mid lane and Silas, another AP, going up against Crown Prince's Malphite. So a little bit of a change up in the sense of order. Unfortunately, we never get to see that until we jump onto the Rift, so we can formulate a little bit about how these new interactions will work. Yes, you got a little bit more zone control, not as much kill potential in that bottom lane for Stony Brook. Now that kill potential is dumped into this mid lane.
Dinosaur just gonna go mid lane, like, oh, maybe for a moment you think what could happen. But it's just a little bit of trading going down. Cole actually gonna take a decent amount of his health bar, missing in that level 1.
It's not enjoyable, especially when you go up against potential level 2. If open mid decides to get level 2 quickly and sacrifices a little bit of HP for it. As a matter of fact, he might try and be a little bit riskier here. Drops a ward down to make sure that he knows where Dave is on this Lilia.
Dave just going to start up that chicken, get those chicky nuggies, as Lilia is always the primary goal. We will see the same side starts for both of these junglers. Could lean us into some top side action, maybe looking at the mid lane, depending on the pathing. Something I really love about Lee Sin's now is the unique pathing you can take, the quickness that you can have, and your speed across the map into that first game.
Yep. Even then, you can, like you said, the versatility of it, you can always look around and create those unique avenues of approach, and you could look even bot side if bottom of Gamer and Phantom decide to push out a little bit too far. You can immediately just dip down into this bottom lane and punish them, and then be able to quickly divert your path back up to the top end, or loop around through the jungle of your opponent. It's Widener pushing out forward here early on, got that level 2 first. And I actually see here that Cole drops a ward on those Raptors with that Tristana, getting that early advantage against the Pantheon. Help give that information over to where Q difference is.
That's going to be really important. We saw in game or series 1 that vision was utmost key to early game success. Yep. Being able to find out Q difference and where his pathing is leading him is going to be huge. He's actually not going to be spotted though, as I think that it might have been communicated from open mid that Cole was on the move. The ward might be down there in the chickens. He goes all the way around to start the red buff.
Red buff. And like you said, doesn't give that information over and allows this unique path to sort of switch up. He knows he's a little bit behind on this pathing for the scuttle, so he's going to go for the scuttle now while that reset from Kotena comes in. TP's onto that ward to give that space. I see Dave Owner here on this Lilia. He's going to have to hit that blast cone. Hello, it's right here, right next to you. Now we might have a fight over this.
We might. Kotena is here, does have the Escon attack. Wade misses the flash, goes onto the blue buff. How Q difference is here, trying to make the play happen. Can it happen though? Open mid is here as well. The flash, the kill, it's first blood down in bot lane. Of all places, Dave Owner finally dies, and it's 3 kills for Stony Brook University Red off the back of literally nothing.
And within the course of 3.5 minutes, this game is already blown to a 2,000 gold lead in the favor of Stony Brook. They even get the blue buff as well away from Dave Owner, who went for that just for the scrying orb, just to see where Q difference was, and everything exploded from there. Now, we did not get to see how that kill went down on the bottom side, but it is an exhaust ignite bottom lane of Leaves and Dinosaur. So it must have been Gamer going in a little bit too far to try and get some harassment on this Ashe, and was immediately punished by a maximum Q from Dinosaur's Karma into an exhaust ignite. So well played there from the bottom lane, but we got another skirmish on our hands.
Q difference has gotten his mid laner in some trouble. Open mid 9 times. Jungle is calling for some jungle help here. He's not going to go down. That is a surprise with the damage profile that you have with a Braum, a Tristana, and as well as the Lilia. That's insane that they can't find anything.
Oh, he gets it.
He gets it. Oh my god. How is this even happening right now?
Math. You got to take notes. Math. Do all the numbers. Do the damage
oh,
ticks. But this is going to be 4 kills.
Use it the wrong way. Oh, and the Kofa. It's just a calamity of errors happening on my screen right now. And it's all SBU all day long.
Getting another kill. Crown Prince actually might die here as well, but Katana is playing it close to the chest with the amount of minions that are just wailing on him right now. He's able to get away. Has the Corrupting Potion too, but you are playing with fire here right now. Level 5 on Katana now with this Silas. You have no flash to try and escape from this, and yep, there you go. Yep. This might just be game over for this Malphite.
Oh, he doesn't get the damage connection though.
Very dangerous there. Nonetheless, able to survive for just a little bit longer. Dave Owner is in this top area on this Lilia. But if I'm Stony Brook, I'm looking to bot lane. I'm saying, hey, it's 6 minutes in. We've got 5 kills. Throw this bottom lane out. Threaten to dive, quote unquote, but just be looking for that dragon originally and allow this Lilia to think that she is safe in this top side, but instead Q difference is going straight to where he thinks Lily is, and he says he knows where this Lily is.
Sonic waves have been just not on point today, but it doesn't matter when you can just punch him to death. Dave dies.
True. Dave's down. Now you can just work your way bottom. I say work your way bottom through all the camps, and yeah, take the dragon. There's a much better play there from Q difference than what I was recommending. You know, the turret plate going over to Leaves of Grass and Dinosaur as well. We are getting into some dark territory here for Widener. They are trying to figure out how they can slow this game down, and at this moment, they are checking the brake line, and it's broken.
You're saying there's no brakes?
There's no brakes on this bus.
So the question is does SBU turn their attention to more skirmishing? Do they try and start securing these dragons? At this point, it feels like they can just continue to look at lane dominance instead of those natural objectives.
Sometimes I'd have to say you have to pick a mid-game carry to start investing in, right? And to that end, you might have to make sacrifices as well, where it's something where, for example, topside, Crown Prince has level 6, has Unstoppable Force. TP's up, push that way to try and neutralize it and sort of bait out a freeze for Kotena, but then use that time to either look mid or look bot, and then just with the assistance of Dave Owner and Damn Tum or whoever to just dogpile onto a character. While speaking of dogpile, we have 3 members down in the bottom lane here for Stony Brook that are trying to push people away underneath their turrets so they can try and open up this opportunity to take Dragon.
We did see the roam down by Cole, trying to get down to the bot lane just in case Q difference was going to continue to oppress them. Won't do so. Q difference, going to start up the dragon. This will be that objective focus we were talking about. With Rift Herald coming up in 5 seconds as well, you can expect an immediate transition from SBU to the top side of the map with the pressure they've got.
Yep. At this point, I'd say you just take Kaisa and Karma and just eat up the bottom lane, force some summoners, and then look for this Rift Herald. If not, you might not even need to do that with just how potent the solo lanes are. You might just be able to start the Rift Herald outright and just use it as a bait to look for Dave Owner, and Dave Owner just gets blown up by anybody that looks at this Lilia. This Lilia cannot survive in the wild right now.
Ooh, we'll see. Oh, Dave can't find the angle there. I was thinking maybe. Oh, Gamer. There's some trouble bot lane again. This is some serious pressure being put on by the bot lane of SBU.
Heals down. Flashes are available, at least for Gamer. Uh-oh. Cole, I think, is done for. I think Cole's done.
Yeah, I think he might be dead. Sonic. Oh,
you
just
missed the
connect again!
He doesn't even get the assist.
Man. He's gonna be kicking himself for some of these Sonic waves only this game so far. But it will be Q difference continuing up. Oh my god, each one of those punches does so much damage. The kick back, Crown Prince is dead. You got the Grand Skyfall coming in to make it known. Dave Owner is dead.
And it's 9 kills to 0 at 9 minutes. They're keeping track.
And they almost died bot lane.
Oh my goodness, they almost went over 9 kills a minute here for Stony Brook University. And ooh, I saw that connect, but it was onto Dan Tum, who was able to take the blow for himself and make sure that he did not get that death ticked up onto the board. But it is now 5,000 gold, almost 6,000 in the lead for Stony Brook University. And they're playing with their food right now. I think take this Herald again. Just if you're playing clean, if you know there's a discrepancy between these teams, we talked about it last week with Colorado State University with their series win. If you know there is a discrepancy in skill level, it's all about playing a clean game and playing it quick, clean, and precise. Be as fast as possible. Show that you know that you are an absolute different level and different division than this team, and get it over and done with. And I'm saying it right now. It's 10 minutes into the first game of the series, and I'm already making this statement. This shows you how confident that I think Stony Brook is in this moment at this time to try and break this game open. But right now, like I said, they're playing with their food. They're trying to look for kills more than they are trying to look for advantages.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I think that's right for them right now, at least in the feelings of it, is when you have the Lee Sin, it feels like you can force so much, and it doesn't even really matter. Especially when you get a lead like this, and especially when you get a lead like this across the board. You don't have to just go one place because you have a lead there. You can go anywhere. You can utilize this advantage wherever you want to, and that could lead into more objectives. But we see Rift Herald being potentially started up by Dave here as we get the movement to mid lane by the rest of WU.
I love this activity coming in from Widener University. The fact that they see the moments and sort of the stalling happening from Stony Brook, saying, all right, we need to make a play. We need to find something that's favorable on the table. How do we look for it? Well, we have to look at this Herald. How do we get this Herald? We have to invest all the resources we possibly can to secure it, and they will. They'll be able to take it, but you have to create some sacrifices there. Like I said, you have to use all your resources, which means bottom is left unattended. These and Dinosaur will be able to take that bottom set, or that fourth bottom turret plate themselves. They might even be able to take that turret here, as Rift Herald is spawned, as all four members are still in this mid lane trying to break open first turret, which they will.
Yep, they do end up getting it. Bot lane not quick enough to get the first tower of their own, as WU secures their first objective on the map with good macro play.
I have to say, that's still very well done from Widener. The fact that they're able to get all of that, get some gold into their pockets, and keep this gold lead just underneath 6,000 for Stony Brook to be working with. So it's a win. And now they can reset. I said they can reset, Dan. Yep. You get caught out.
Dan is just going to die to Dinosaur. So take that with what you will, I guess. There's some happy blood there. But Dinosaur is going to be happy. 2-0-2 on the Karma, going back. Now getting that reset off the bot lane. Now as well, we see Dave go for an invade here. He's actually going to be successful on this one. He's not going to be aggressed on. You already see the presence of SBU is towards the bot side of the map, towards the bot side jungle as well.
Oh, and they're looking to try and get priority on this Infernal Dragon, and there is every single jungle camp up here for Widener University's side, and Q Difference is going to take those. Is he going to just take those? Oh,
he's standing outside of the bush. Oh no.
Oh,
wait. Still connects. Gamer. Oh, he's not going to get it. That's so much damage back to him. Q. He gets the Dragon Rage King. He goes back in. What a monster. That's cold-blooded right there. Q Difference gets the 11th kill of the game for SBU.
What was that damage coming in from Q Difference's Lee Sin? We'll have to talk about that later, as Gotena is technically getting ganked in this top side of the map, but it looks more of just an equal lane at this moment. Dragon's up. They're too busy taking Widener University's camps on their jungle side anyways. They're taking everything that they want, and the lane assignments have been switched up. Oh, and my goodness, Gotena, all right, takes out Crown Prince.
Honestly, at this point, you got an 8,000 gold lead, sub 15 minutes. This is where you turn to start looking at what we always talk about. how fast can you close this one out? How fast can you cross those T's, dot those I's, get the game over with? Because we see a lot of times teams will flounder with gold leads like this. They will not push up. They will play very reserved and lose a lot of that confidence. Sometimes that can come and bite them in the butt. You see a lot of that play being punished on, or the scaling coming to fruition for the other team. Now it's all about SBU and continuing to put the pedal to the metal here.
And I'll remind us and the viewers as well. Second game of Colorado State University's series last week was done by now. The game was over. 14 minutes and 15 seconds was the final time of that second game. That's how quick teams like this can close these games out. And that's what I'm sort of putting that benchmark at for Stony Brook University. Yes, it's a little bit of a different composition, and yes, it's a much different story in the sense of how they're taking their leads and how much time they're taking to accrue those leads. But that's what we're looking for out of these upper echelon teams. Like you said, dotting the I's and crossing those T's. Though you have to give respect over here to Widener for slowing this game down as much as they are. Like, you have a composition that's 4-0 in the mid lane that can't break open that middle tier turret, even though turret plates are down. And Q Difference just trying to fight for these kills.
Ulti Lullaby comes out. Q Difference might go down here to Crown
Shut
Prince.
down.
Misses the Sonic Wave yet again. He has to
He's
flash. Might be going down to the Swirl Seed. Dave Owner can't get it over the wall. That was so close. Cute Difference almost goes down. Dinosaur is going to go down, though. He gets Killing Spree first. The resets come out. Mid is here as well. They get the Rampage, and Leaves of Grass is over the wall. Gone from sight, and a double kill for the mid laner of SBU.
And there's that pinch down. A great punish there from Widener to get that overextension of Dinosaur, who is greeting for that kill. So, like we have seen time and time again, this team of Stony Brook is just too strong, and with that jump in from the Grand Starfall as it is, they're able to get that kill.
Wait, does Crown Prince actually get away from this one?
I think he... Oh, well, no, he doesn't.
No, he didn't.
If that Sonic Wave didn't hit, he would have gotten away for sure. But
the one that hits. No, that's a joke.
But yeah. So, Dave Owner, a little bit lost. Trying to see if he can
doesn't have anything to go for. I mean, except on the bot side of the map.
Like you saw, he's on throw the E up top side just to see if he could get some CS with it without risking his life. Because even if he steps forward and Kuten is there, he's dead. He's gone. So it's a little bit of a challenge there for that. So I'm looking here to this mid lane once again. Dragon is in 2 minutes, and I feel like this game should honestly over in the next 4 or 5 minutes. I'm seeing Rift Herald also spawning in 60 seconds.
Poor Dave Owner. He lost his chickens. His ADC took his Krugs. He's got nothing left. He just gets to walk around as Lilia for a little bit.
You lost the farm to the drought, and then your ADC just takes your entire
He's
life
back
savings.
to the Gromp. And so we're right back to it. It's just the Gromp farm.
Old faithful Gromp. Goodness.
Dinosaur was looking for some aggression as well as Leaves of Grass. This could be a moment of retribution for the side of Widener, but you can't really find the go button here as Rift Herald's going to be started up.
Go. Now, we didn't get it last week. We didn't get a Rift Herald Parade, so I think this is where Stony Brook University could try and use this Herald to the maximum. See how well they can create diving team fights, create a place where they can use this Herald to siege out, break this game open, and take this game win. Because I think of like the diving capability and sort of the discussion of mobility as well, difference just does
I
exactly
wasn't gonna
what
stop
that
you
thing
because
is.
that was
Yeah.
just gonna happen.
Of course, but like you look at Lee Sin, Pantheon, Silas. That is a diving team comp. They want to dive underneath your turret and they want to kill you, and then they want to leave without you being able to try and reply. And they have a Karma and the Kaisa that can assist in those dives. Their team comp can just walk underneath your turrets and kill you and then leave. And that's what I want Stony Brook to do, though they don't need to because the rest of Widener is in their jungle.
That's a Kangle if I ever see one. Our roommate would be proud, but they're going to get it anyways. Dave Owner is down as well, and the kills just keep flowing for Stony Brook University Red.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a salty Spittoon member instead. If it was a Kangle, they would have thrown right there. But They did not, and we go back. Oh, Rift Herald dropped. Okay, so Rift Herald's dropped. Dragon spawned. I think Q Difference. Oh yeah, Q Difference just hopped the wall over to go ahead and take the dragon. And here we go. Break open this turret number 1, and then
leave it.
Yes, and then leave it. I guess then leave it. No one wants to do Rift Herald dances, I guess, but nonetheless, they're respecting the respawn timers here from Widener. They've been punished multiple times, but they've only gotten away with a single death. Like, Widener's only been able to kill them once, and there's been, I believe, 5 or 6 times that I can at least recall, with Cute Difference and Dinosaur specifically, where someone overextends or overstays their welcome, and Widener is able to regroup and rally to try and find a punish. And they've been able to get 1 kill, like I mentioned, but they've been in this game. They're keeping their heads to the ground, they're staying focused, and that's what I'm respecting here out of Widener, saying, look,
absolutely,
we need to find this kill, we need to find this advantage, and that sort of like that mentality to always say you're in this game still and try and practice and train for those situations is what I'm really enjoying out of this game so far.
Me too, and those things go well into the seasons, right? Like, I think it's so important to have a good mental around the community that you're developing, around the organization that you're developing, and to make sure that people are staying positive, because positivity in League of Legends is so powerful. Even if it's not tracked, there's no stats about it. It is so insane what a little bit of positive mentality.
It's called
can be.
Honor Level 5.
Oh my god.
Remember when you could honor your opponent? Like honorable opponent mentions, and like you could count like how many like TGs or teamwork bonus you had.
Good times.
Yeah,
oh, Sonic Wave
TGs,
gonna not connect. Oh,
bad
Dinosaur. Yep, Dinosaur gets the shutdown there onto him. Now that Sonic Wave does connect, the Dragon Rage kick as well as there. Kotena just gonna clean up the kills. That's a double kill for Leaves of Grass. Give Kotena the killing spree. Open mid, 9 times jungle, because that's your name. You're going to maybe get another kill, but not going to find Cole. This is a Baron going over to SBU.
Liking this Baron right here, right now. They knew they had that win. They knew he was very handedly given to themselves. And that Baron power play at 21 minutes, fastest Baron that we've seen today. And from there, boom, reset, boom, cash in, and straight down this mid lane, parade to this Nexus, take this game. But this front line is still something that's tough to handle. The composition that Widener did build up, this is also one of the reasons why this game is also a little bit slower, because they are able to stall out the game just a little bit. Though with the Baron power play, you don't have that wave clear. You went double ADC. You can duel, but you cannot really wave clear effectively with this composition, even with the Tristana. And once those Baron buffs do come onto these waves, that's when we'll start to have some problems, and that's when you'll have that turret diving capability of Stony Brook really coming to fruition, because you can't clear the waves, and then they'll just dive on top of you on those turrets where you were just sort of overwhelmed with the amount of opponents that are against you.
Want to see how much utilization this Baron buff gets from SBU. Looks like they're trying to push up bot lane, trying to keep mid pushed as well. Top lane a little bit less so just now, as you're going to be sending open mid up there right this moment. But the bot lane is where we're keeping our eyes. It's a cute difference. Hasn't been the difference maker so far, as Glacial Fisher gets used by Dancer. Oh,
Dave Owner is...
Dave Owner is dead.
Boom. Whoa! What was that number? Did you see that? 1,300! That's nuts.
A little bit of execution damage coming through there, feels like, as we do see mid lane continuing to push. The bot lane is still pushing as well, as Cole has died after that Dave Owner takeoff, and this will just be the inhibs getting taken out one by one. Oh,
I want this to be game. It might just be.
It might just be Gamer in by his lonesome is going to go down. Kotena has the unstoppable force. There it is, utilized beautifully. Grand Starfall to make the cherry on top pop. As that is SBU Red taking game 1 with no doubts, no hesitation.
Here we go. Close it out. Get that Nexus. You do not need to be hitting that inhibitor Q difference. I'm sorry. Just end the game for him.
It's the extra accolades he wants, the extra tower damage, the extra stats to boot. And that's game number 1 to SBU in dominating fashion. Almost 20,000 gold in the lead. They're looking to make tonight's series a short one.
May not be able to get the fastest game so far. 14 minutes and 15 seconds is pretty tough to beat, to be honest. But they might be able to get the fastest series for themselves as well. So Stony Brook, yep, dominant performance. This is what we expected out of them. And for Widener, I still think mad respect for always trying to find those picks, looking for those
Absolutely.
pinches, punishing cute difference every single time he was overextended. It's not the fact that he's fed out of his mind. It's the fact that you were still trying to punish him because he should not be there, and that is what I'm respecting out of that team. But we got to take it to a game 2 because that was an absolute stomping.
It was. Stony Brook University come out swinging in this best of 3. You're not going to want to miss what happens on the other side of this break, though, as we have game number 2 coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We got the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split continuing on. Mazel joined by the birthday boy Coco for our second game of the second series. It was a tough game one to get over, but it is Widener University going down 0-1 against Stony Brook University Red.
Down, but not out. Don't worry. They still have a second game to play, but this is where we have to remind ourselves.
I can't believe that this ended up in 3 kills for Stony Brook.
Yeah, no one died. Like, he smited the blue perfectly for Q difference to get that heal back so he wouldn't be executed by Cole, and then the level ups come in at the right times for Katana and open mid. Like, it's just, like, I'm sorry, this is what I expected to happen. However, theme of the beginning of the season is leniency, and this is where, for me, it's much more of a lesson to myself that it's like, wow, Widener has some mental warriors on their team. Like, they are formidable players, and I feel like that is where I'm looking like Cole, I'm looking at Crown Prince, I'm looking at all of these guys and saying they have a real high ceiling throughout this season. And just touching on that, just to sort of pep them up going up into the second game. Stony Brook, though, they are on a roll right now. They had a dominant performance, and a lot of it came off of how Q Difference was able to maneuver around the map on this Lee Sin, and then the dominant solo lane pressure and the prioritization that Stony Brook was able to acquire. The unique pathing from the Lee Sin, as you love to point out, the dueling potential and the counter ability that the Silas and the Pantheon had in those solo lanes, and of course, the kill capability from the Kaisa, and the all topped off with a wonderful karma that said, oh no, you do not die, I will let you stay and go back home, collect all of the money, go back around Monopoly once more.
Yeah, it was a great performance, but like you said, being able to stick in it was huge for Widener. Now going into the second game, a big bounce back has to happen. I felt like they were pretty good with their composition that they had. It felt like a decent amount of comfort came through, but as well as being able to pick up things that feel confident in the laning phases, but it just didn't go that way when everything just started getting muddled up by those early 2v2s, 3v3 skirmishes that Widener opted into, as well as Stony Brook. So going into this game too, maybe trying to keep a little bit more reserved laning phase going on for Widener could be in their benefit as well.
Oh, for sure. So it's trying to think of, because there's not much else really for us to discuss in the sense of like mental preparation. It's like you're going up, it's another David Goliath situation, very beginning. This is how like you introduce the big bad evil guy in your campaign in like the first session, so everyone knows what they're dealing with, and then it's all sort of like a build up from there throughout the season. Just getting the D&D puns in now because we do have our session tomorrow. I hope.
I was gonna say, this guy's my DM, just making like DM based jokes over here. I was like, let me take some notes down, figure out what
spoilers.
How's he approaching these?
All right, so but nonetheless, it's something that it's like it's much more of a narrative build up for these teams and these players, and I still believe that Widener, though on the lower sense of like skill levels mechanically of the players, like you have Crown Prince, which is gold, and C9 Cole is the one Diamond 1 player that they have, or Diamond 1, I believe, that is on the team, that's sort of that leader and is sort of helping build everyone around him. That's where I feel like throughout the rest of the season, I'd like to keep an eye on them and sort of their growth. Whereas Stony Brook, it's like, you're up there. You're already there. You are a team that's been around for a while, and you are more there to make a statement later in the season for placements for other opportunities that would come with the recognition that you already have built up for yourselves. So different areas for them to be. Though let's look into the draft now, because we figured out how the teams are. We figured out their stories. How do we fix or how do we improve the cleanliness or the versatility of Widener and Stony Brook?
Yeah, I think that's one of the most interesting things, and also keeping that mental up for Widener and seeing how that kind of proceeds in this best of 3, because there's a possibility we go to 3 games after that first game. You might say it's not likely, but the bounce back is real, especially when we're going into game 2. Mental refresh goes back to like, what is the program like? What are we seeing as their background, their coaching staff, their analysts, things like that? Is there somebody there pepping them up and keeping them mentally in the game? And for Stony Brook, honestly, I want to see some more cleanliness. I know it was a quick game. I know it was good, right? It was good, but there are some things, especially when you're looking at the performance of mechanically wise, a lot of these picks, like there's some things that you can really pick and choose apart. And I
Sure.
think that's where you're looking at for the improvement scopes for both of these teams going to this best of 3.
Right. And it wasn't like micro mechanics that I'm looking at particularly. It's more of the game state and decision making that we look around. And I think a lot of what happened for Stony Brook got accelerated once you had that Rift Herald that was taken from Widener. Once they assessed all of their resources to that top end to at least guarantee that, and then into a first brick for Widener, it's like, okay, well, they have a place where they can invest their resources and dump in, and Stony Brook didn't really look at that. They just took turrets, they took those plates, and yeah, it does help on an individual's perspective. My opinion, I don't think Stony Brook should have allowed that to happen. I still think it's like you go in, you have all of your members there, you beat them man to man, you kill them at Rift Herald, you punish them for trying to think that they even had a spot in this game. That's pretty funny, Timo. However, punishing them at that Herald just shows that it's like you are expecting how people are trying to wiggle their way back into the game, and better teams would be able to figure that out and then punish you a little bit faster than that of like Widener versus Stony Brook is in this series. So it is very nitpicky, it is very critical, but we're giving them that leniency right now because of how early it is and how this current series and this matchup is at the moment. But rant aside, going into game 2, Graves is taken away. I see that Timo.
You passed over the other one, Coco. Where's the seriousness? Where's the seriousness here, Coco?
Leniency, man. Leniency.
We gotta see, are they spelling something out, or is it an actual Timo ban? I'm very interested. But Widener are gonna be on the blue side, as Stony Brook will be on that red side. We're just having a treasure trove of wonders here on the side of okay, switch up here. I'm so sorry. It does look like we do have Stony Brook. We're all being trolled at this point, as I hear from my producer. We're getting trolled. We're getting trolled. It will be Stony Brook on the red side. I looked to double check my friend. I was like, wait, no, we were right. So it will be as you see it on the screen now as we go into the second ban for Stony Brook University, which will also be missed. All right.
Okay.
We're winning. We're winning.
Wait. Are those Lee Sin bans? Because technically they're like no bans, so you can't see them. Or
oh my God.
Is this like Timo literally like toxic dart, like blind darted the rest of the ban? So it's like, okay, we can't see them. What happened? Yes, I guess it's just a meme. We'll get updates on the bans when we get along to it. But nonetheless, I feel like we are actually just this just might be a mental warriors gap, to be honest. Like second no ban in a row. That's kind of sus.
I think there might be some issues going. We'll have the update as soon as we do get it. We are getting to see what you guys see, so we get to be along for the ride as well. As it's the wonders of trying to get 10 people into a match and get it all syncing up together at the same time.
We'll figure it out. We'll get there. We'll get there, Mazel.
So what kind of big brain analytics do you have on the Timo and the Graves bands? Since it's all we can see, Coco.
Let me tell you.
Give me your big brain analytics here.
Yo, low key, Timo's kind of OP. Like,
don't you try and stop that right now.
He is ridiculous. Cause like, I'm not a mage player, so I don't actually know what like the mythic items for the mages are that much. Like,
oh no.
I know it's the Omnivamp one, and I know it's Everfrost, and that's pretty much the ones you pick. Well, of course, there's like Luden's Tempest and Leandri's Anguish. And
now you're just gonna start naming off the mid lane. We're gonna cut to a break. We got some technical difficulties here. I'm gonna cut the birthday boy off. We'll be back in a minute and a half. Welcome back, everyone. We are here after a quick little break. We're into the picks and bans for game number 2 of the second best of 3 of the night. Widener University on the blue side, Stony Brook University on the red side. No Timo ban this time, Coco, as we have the Galio banned away and the Graves still banned by Stony Brook.
I guess the Timo ban was a little bit of a hiccup that went through, and that's why we created this remake going on. But yes, looks like it's going to be same old from both of these teams. There's going to be that Galio, Kennen, and Gnar, and then, of course, the Graves, Thresh, and I believe it was a LeBlanc. Oh, yep, there we go. LeBlanc is taken off the board. So,
hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, though. Like, that's all I'm saying.
This is like, well, yeah, it's the exact same sides, too. Widener, blue, Stony Brook, red. So we should... If it is Salty Run back, oh no, I was...
Oh, please
Zoe was
do
banned
it.
last time, but honestly, it is one of Cole's one tricks.
At this point, yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see the spice. I want to see the fun. I want to see the not a giant moving mountain as we get the Malphite first pick for Widener.
You don't want Malphite's...
last time, though, the
Malphite
Silas,
mid, though?
the Silas kind of countered that a little bit with his own, and yeah,
look
exactly.
At that. Who'd have
That's
thought?
exactly what I'm saying. Like, this is just...
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thunk it?
Yo, Misfortune. I feel it. No, they can't do Misfortune of Mumu. No, it's just gonna be Misfortune. I'd have to say the best would probably be like Braum or Nautilus or Leona. I think that. Okay. I will also go off on a little bit of a tangent here, because it will be something later down the line, but Vex support with poke ADCs is actually pretty good.
Get out of here with your wild tech. You've been talking to Mad Magical too much, man. Get out of here.
No.
We do have the Kaisa locked in with that Amumu for Widener. So already a ton of CC, but as well as a little bit of follow-up to go on top of that.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Also, it does sort of complement the Amumu as well, right? Because usually the conversation with the Amumu is that only effective level 1, level 2, level 6, and then from there it's just how much damage can be amplified from the Amumu with the curse touched passive. Ooh. Kaisa is mixed damage, and you get that bonus true damage coming in from the Kaisa build, so that might be pretty beneficial. Though this is what I was talking about with the Misfortune. Misfortune Leona, very oppressive, because not only are you getting the sun touched procs coming in from Leona when she hits you, and those get consumed when Misfortune hits you. Double Up and Love Tap also hits like a truck in laning phase, and you have a pretty squishy bottom side of the map already for Widener. And once you hit that level 3, yeah, Amumu's offline, Leona is full ready to go. You get Double Up straight up into a Make It Rain. You're pretty much dead, and there's no way for you to get out, and you're not tanky enough to survive. So it's going to be pretty rough for Widener on this bottom lane, as we just speed ran through those bans once again.
Yeah, we did.
The exact same.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks Zoe banned away by Stony Brook. We had the Tryndamere Camille banned away by Widener. Now we get the first pick in the second phase by Stony Brook, followed by the double pick of Widener. After they look at the rest of their composition, I'm very interested to see what they can pick up for themselves, where that Malphite's going to be going, how they fix their jungle situation as well. And especially because jungler has been so influential in the meta here recently, it is a feeling that you have to have something consistent in the jungle to get a leg up. It is the Pantheon locked in yet again for Stony Brook University.
This this could be a salty run back with Elise Sin. You could still argue that Pantheon mid is pretty appetizing, even if it is just blind picked, because you have to think of what other options are there in this mid lane right now for Widener, who Zoe LeBlanc are the picks that Cole likes. And if you're thinking around the same line of like, okay, assassins that like to trade and create zone control, what's good against Pantheon, right? But Karma, zone control, like the Zoe, is going to be the option for themselves going up against the Pantheon. I'm not too sure how I feel about it. On paper, it sounds decent, but in application, especially with the discrepancy between Stony Brook and Widener, a little bit of a worrying trend. Though I think Trundle might be a pretty good option here.
Oh my god, do we actually get it? It's locked in.
Okay.
I'm happy here. This is where I love to live, where Hecarim is back in the meta, where Hecarim is still dominating. We saw it come out in Series 1. It was a linchpin in the securation of the victory for the University of Delaware in our first series of the night. And here we are, Stony Brook, 1 win away from taking the series. We're going to be picking it up against Widener.
And dominant OP disruption as well, because even if you have Malphite go in with Crown Prince, it does not matter, because Silas will steal that ulti right back, use that Unstoppable Force right into a Wombo combo with the Onslaught of Shadows. You are set up for a bullet time and nightmare of damage coming your way. I'm excited for the composition, and this is, again, I'm gonna throw the glove down, throw the challenge in. Stony Brook, I want to see some cleanliness. I want to see some precision and some timing going on. Get this game cleaned up. Show us how dominant you are.
The thing for me, though, is Widener do have a pretty insane team fight. And I know we've talked about the differences, Goliaths and all that. Yeah. You look at the comp for Widener, they get a really good Crescent Guard in the middle of that Wombo combo. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. They can turn it around with the CC possibilities. It's the damage profile that I like from Widener. And if they can execute it in the moment and not get put behind super far, they have a chance.
To help argue for that, I'd say remember what was the most oppressive duo combination in the beginning of the season? Xin Zhao Karma.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao Karma, it does some work. So if there's anything to invest in, it is in those two players specifically. And it being piloted on really Cole and, was it Tom? This might just be it. This might just be the possibility to maybe take us to a game 3, which mad respect if they do with how that first game went and they're able to bring it forward. But only time will tell.
And we also have another change-up, right? Yanni is coming in for Leaves of Grass for Stony Brook University, so they will have their main starting roster starting up here in the second game. So that's another brick to lay down for Stony Brook University and something else to be worried a little bit more about for Widener. Maybe you can take advantage of that first game not being a warm-up game for the Stony Brook ADC. We'll have to see as well. That's a very integral part for Stony Brook University.
True. Yeah, that's another thing to think about, right? Because it's like, now that it's the actual main lineup of the bottom lane, how does that change synergy? How does that change aggression or defense?
Mm-hmm.
And will that be something that it could be the overwhelming point of, yes, we have the Xin Zhao Karma, yes, we have some capability to slow the game down and create some scrappy compositions and chaotic fights, or they have just absolute dominance in the bottom lane, and it's like, okay, they're coming in and their Misfortune and Leona are 7-0, and they're just going to blow us up. The other thing, too, I'd like to look at is just which build Misfortune is going to go.
Yeah.
There's always the Gale Force, or there's the Eclipse, and in this game specifically, it might just be the latter.
Could be. I'm very excited for the amount of CC potential that we have in this game across both teams, and a lot of that team fight that can come down. I'm just really excited to see if we can get Widener throwing a punch back to Stony Brook University. We're going to step away for a little break while we get through spectator delay. Do not go anywhere. Game 2 starts soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're here with the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split. We're going into game number 2 between Widener and Stony Brook University Red, as Stony Brook University took a dominating game number 1. Let's see what the bounce back for Widener University can be as we hit the rift.
Well, I don't see a Zac, so there's not a lot of buoyancy in this one by Zell, but nonetheless, they have the Karmazins out, a notorious combo that started off in the beginning of the season that really took the game by storm, but also a different shift up and being a more aggressive style here, and entry into the second game of the series. Widener, already a big fan of you at this moment. You might be able to make a fan of me and maybe a diehard fan of me yet.
I try level 1 here, but Yanni is stubbing in for the first time in the game. Gets the bandage tossing. Welcome to the series, Yanni. You're down first blood.
Oh no, not for Stony Brook University. Trying to play a defensive style.
Oh, Dave.
In 5 spread?
Okay. Dave backs off. It's okay.
Dave backs off. But yes, this is one of those other hyped moments that we were talking about in the sense of like a Mumu. Only good level 1, level 2. Once that happens, you have to survive to level 6, and that's where the Sad Mummy does a little bit of a handicap. And the fact that you're able to get first blood and you're able to give it over, unfortunately, to Dan on that Amumu. Bit of a bummer, to be honest, because it doesn't give a lot of gold. It gives you that extra ruby crystal, so maybe that survivability will help out later down the line. There's still a lot of questions that need to be asked through that phase, through the points of level 1 to level 6. The solo lanes, too, of how oppressive Crown Prince will be against Kotena, or vice versa, or even Cole. How will this Karma perform with this new change-up against the Pantheon mid?
We will see the junglers starting on the same side of the map this time as well. We'll see them go up towards the top side of the map, though. Gamer goes in. Gets a little bit of damage done to him by Dinosaur and Yanni, but you did have the re-engage from Dantum. Will not find the damage to really get anything, but at least no summoner spells were burned from either side. A little heavy early skirmishing. Maybe
Ben.
though.
Oh, there's the ignite.
There you go. There's one. We got
There
it
it
out.
is.
The ignite came out from Dinosaur.
I hear all the pings, just the tap tap tap. Summoner spells down. Please help. Oh, there's no heal.
Oh wait,
hello.
Dinosaur in the flash
that?
under tower. He might not go down, but it was really close. Yanni almost gets the kill onto Dantum as well.
Well, that answers my question of how much more aggression will be ramped up now that you have the main ADC back in Stony Brook's side of the court. And the answer is,
Aggression.
of course.
Be
able to get
aggressive. Be aggressive.
So I would have to say that Ruby Crystal is definitely helping out in a couple of points here for Dan on that Amumu. And not to mention, the cleanse did save Gamer's life as well on that Kaisa. So a lot of those life-saving summoner spells are now down. The reset's going to be coming in from Yanni and Dinosaur, who decide to hold back for a little bit while we check in on top side, as Kotena back at his very vile and notorious ways.
Does have a decent amount of healing from the Kingslayer. Crown Prince getting very low. Has a huge wave as well. And like the fact that you can find the early trades as Kotena as is the Silas and continue to bully Crown Prince up there, where we saw Crown Prince actually had one of the best performances in game number 1. It is really nice for cute difference in the rest of the squad of SVU because they can focus around the rest of the map now. We do see Dave Owner actually going for this aggressive play. We saw that on the Lilia last game as well, and on the Xin Zhao it's no different. Wait,
There's also what are
Dinosaur.
you doing, Dinosaur?
Okay, well, 2 kills straight up, and that's pretty nice start for Widener here in game number 2. It's the bounce back we wanted.
Really? Is it?
I mean, hey, it's a bounce back. They got a 1,000 gold lead in 4.5 minutes.
I'm sorry, man. That was a. I might have to get an investigation going on. I'm gonna have to hire a PI on where that Leona was going in particular. But for now, yeah, 2-0, I suppose, here for Widener, and they've got a good neutral mid lane as well. Look at this dragon. 15 seconds coming up. You got someone that can solo it on Dave Zhao. I'd say start seeing if you can get this ball rolling. Do not give this early composition or this very scrappy skirmishy Stony Brook University style any leeway. Group up quick. Your team fighting composition. That's what you need to do. Push these waves out. Get that pressure. Dinosaur, I guess, apparently is roaming here.
He's going in. He's gonna get stunned up, rooted up, takes a decent amount of damage. Flashed over the wall as well. Not gonna find the mid lane gank, but he's on the roam timer. Throws up a cupcake.
Does not like to have flash on off cooldown. He wants that. He uses it every single time that's available. Flash, hex flash, whatever it is. He wants it gone. He wants to be mobile on this Leona, looking for those kills. So has already given himself a death to boot. While we check back in on top side, the noodle fight is starting to get a little bit deadlier as the water is beginning to boil.
We'll see that trading go back and forth there in the top lane. Level 6 is going to be coming up close.
Yep.
Dave is down towards bot lane, wanting to potentially get something going as Dantum wants to engage with the Bandit Toss. Does land onto Dinosaur. The CC is going to be there. 3 Talon Strike. 1 hit will do it. The miss on the Zenith Blade is what seals his fate. Gamer gets the kill. 3-0 for Widener now.
From there, another great start here for Widener with that gank. Oh, might spike too soon. The ultimate is available.
Oh,
they dodged
the
each other.
double switch. Oh my goodness, that was hecking gameplay right there. It's still turning into 1v1. Kotena can't find it. The flash is traded as well. It's not going SBU's way this time, as we did see also skirmishing down towards the bot side. Dave is going for the scuttle, will secure it, but the fight could ensue afterwards. Nope. Dinosaur and cute difference will pull off.
Man, everything that's happened in the bot lane, the fact that there's been 3 kills down here already, makes me a little bit sad, because I just want to see what Kotena and Crown Prince are doing right now, like just duking it out with the trades and the duels, and how Kotena is able to sort of keep management with how everything is going up there. I also see that as a Mercury Treads immediate buy from Crown Prince, so wants to have as much magic resist as possible, as well as cool down on those crowd control as well. With this here, even with those 3 kills, It's about 1,000 gold lead in the advantage of Gamer and Dan in this bottom lane for Widener. I'm just saying, like, even here, get some vision early. Like, say, like when you see people walk away from there, try and get some vision. Keep an eye on them. So then you can do plays like this where you look at the dragon, but you didn't get the eyes on them early. So now Danistar and Q Difference are here to try and reply and pincer down onto you. Thankfully, Yanni went back. They don't know that, but from what the information in the bottom lane is telling them, is that they will have the main advantage if they try and fight this.
And Yanni completed his bag. Now Q Difference going in solo against Gamer, who's level 6. Difference in some trouble. Now Dinosaur's getting engaged on. He got the Grand Starfall coming in from open mid, but the engagement's already on Dinosaur, who dies for his 3rd time in the game. Now open mid is dead. What is happening? SBU are falling apart, and Widener taking up the mantle right now. This is night and day from game 1.
Very night and day here for Stony Brook University. Their aggression is just not where it needs to be. Pretenda is the only one in this game so far that feels the same. Everything else is misled. Dinosaur aggressing too early. Yanni on bad recall timers.
Pretenda's about to die.
I guess. Well.
Oh, Kingslayer, is it enough?
Yeah,
He
he's
doesn't
done.
have the cooldown. Yep, that's it. Solo
Okay.
Bolo, baby. Crown Prince on top, 6-0 for Widener University.
Oh my goodness. What is this Widener University? Where did they come from? Who took them? Who took them and replaced them with this team? This is completely different. The aggression to get the first blood in bot lane, the constant focus to make sure that Gamer and Dan have some early pressure, and that this awkward level 3 through level 6 phase of the Umumu is handled with that additional man of Zinzao. And Cole in this Karma, neutralizing the lane and being where he needs to be to help out with those neutral objectives and having that map pressure always in Widener's favor, where Stony Brook is grasping at straws, trying to bite off more than they can chew multiple times. And honestly, at this point,
So you're level 4. Get to the lane.
What? Yeah, exactly my point.
Silly.
Just get back to that lane, I suppose. Like,
But they want to go for the 3v3s. They want to get the fight with Q Difference
they
here.
don't. Oh, you know that. You know that they don't need to do that. They can make more efficient and cleaner plays with the resets and with alt timers. I can see a Hecarim gank in the making, but to which lane, I do not know. Bot, mid, all depends, but at least the vision is spot out for Widener. They know that he's there, and that they can continue just poking and prodding at
They're getting
open
the
mid.
Rift Herald as well at the meantime. So Dave Owner taking
Yes.
time of the moment to be able to take that neutral objective. Meanwhile, you do see Q Difference heading back down towards bot lane. I was wondering if maybe Q Difference is going to try and make something happen in mid, as open mid was pretty low, but had gotten Cole to push up a little bit more. Going to be the bot lane focus here and clearing up some of this enemy jungle. Dinosaur wants to get the engage on Dantum, not going to pull the trigger until he's under the tower. Actually, not going to be in tower range. There's the devastating charge in the game. You get the TP coming down. Bullet time's enough to get the kill, and SBU are on the board.
And there we go. This is the SBU that I am a little familiar with. Oh, Q Difference. Maybe in a world of hurt here.
There you go. There's the onslaught of shadows to get away. Devastating charge is going to be back up, so a decent amount of speed there. Still not level 6 is Dinosaur. Really won that solar flare, but they stayed way too long, and now Yanni is going to get dashed on. There's the 3-talon strike, and there is the damage done. Back completed by Dinosaur, but it's still going to be another kill gifted over. 4 kills now for Gamer.
Again, greedy, but there was no information telling them where Dave Owner was on that Zinzao, and he uses the flash to make sure that he can get in close enough to guarantee that there's no way for Yanni to get out. Thankfully, Dinosaur decided, instead of trying to sacrifice himself for his teammate, he decided to recall instead and make sure that he can come back to the lane and try and hold it if he needs to. While open mid, hovering between mid and bot right now, he could be looking at attacking bottom side, but with that retreat coming in from Gamer and Dan, that gets called off of an attempt. And I'm taking a little bit of a deep breath right now, because at this moment, this game feels like Stony Brook is challenging themselves in a sense of like, how much can Widener actually punish us when we give them a lead? Because some of these fights have very much been Stony Brook mismanaging a bunch of things, almost to a point of handicap. And that's where it is a curiosity to see how the rest of the game will pan out. And I'm specifically looking at Widener's perspective from here of saying, you got a lead, what can you run with it now? What can you gain from it? And how much can you really take away from Stony Brook off the board to continue to gain your lead?
And there's about 1,000 gold lead right now for Widener University, trying to get some of the side lane pressure as well, with Crown Prince getting a couple plates for himself. Increase that lead by just a little bit, but you got Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. You already have both junglers down that way. A little bit of pressure from these supports as well. A little vision game coming down. See how it looks for Widener as they come into this with a decent amount of gold in their pockets. A Rift Herald on top of Dave. But a catch out onto Yeti. Onslaught of Shadows is going to change the times as the Mummy can't get the kill to Yeti. No. Unfortunato. Few difference might go down just yet, but Grand Starfall in. They've gotten the mid lane caught. Dinosaur and open mid are going to get the kill. Cole is down. They got the re-engage in bot lane. And just like that, SBU bounced back from dust and ashes.
And they jump up to a 1,000 gold lead, and I saw that hiccup there from Dan. He thought he got the ignite onto Yanni, but he didn't. It jumped onto Q difference instead. And from there, what was looking like a dire situation, it has now become a haunting dream of Widener University, who in a blink of an eye has lost their entire advantage. And this is where it's that whole question, right, of like Stony Brook University was playing with their food. They gave a lead over to Widener, saying, how much can you take away from us if we give you an early advantage off of your aggression? And Widener, though through their own volition, they're able to find that lead. They're able to get that like respect for the first blood and finding some picks into the bot lane. But they didn't grow an economic lead like Stony Brook did, where they got those 3 kills on the top side, and within those 3 kills, it was a 2k gold lead. It was 7-1, and it was a single 1,000 gold difference between these two teams, and that's going to show that Widener was struggling on trying to find a grasp back into this game in a sense of like, how can we make it to where Stony Brook really needs to try multiple attempts to get back into this game instead of just one. And unfortunately, they weren't able to find it, and I think Stony Brook now has decided to shift gears back into this game.
They have mythic item completions coming across. You got 3-0 on cute difference. See if the Ekrim can continue that ball rolling forward, as all the kills pretty much, or at least a majority of them for Widener, are on Gamer, on the Kaisa. Very, very nice to have, but you do still have to worry about the focus that can go down in bot lane. Cute differences towards top as Dave Owner and Cole coming up this way. This is turning into a 2v3, not in SBU's favor. That's going to be the unstoppable force used immediately on Katrina, as now Cole connects the root here. Onslaught of Shadows just brings you potentially to your death. Big pressing guard comes out to stall the time. Lieutenant already dead. SBU down. Now open mid goes for it. Gets the execution onto Cole. The fight going to continue. Devastating charge, and the healing is enough. Cute difference with the whirl and twirl. A double kill for open mid, and the execution makes it a third.
And we also had that solo kill in that bottom lane with Yanni being able to get a kill onto Amumu, or excuse me, into the mid lane. They're able to find that. It was Gamer who was in the bottom side of the lane just addressing a wave and left Dan onto his own devices. And we talked about this in the previous series. Amumu is just not tanky if he gets caught. He needs to start the fight to get that aftershock proc on so he can get those resistances. You catch him first, he has nothing but just the bandages on his body to survive, and he gets punished immediately. And from here, first brick goes over to SBU for 2 turrets, 1 in mid, 1 in top. And Widener, still none to their name.
Almost a 5,000 gold lead just off the back of a couple fights, and then those objectives taken for SBU, where Widener had a 7-0 kill lead early on in the game. Weren't able to turn that into much after losing a full team fight in bot lane against SBU, and now SBU back in the driver's seat, back into feeling like game number 1. A little bit of chip in their step, I guess, after that first 15 minutes.
Very much chip in their step. Like, you can see how the lane assignments have been adjusted, and like punching Yanni and Dinosaur back into that mid lane, and having prio over these neutral objectives. I'm looking at this Rift Herald right now, that it's on the board, it's available. Would the teams go for it at this moment? I would say they should be. They should be looking for it to just get some additional gold because of the adjustment of turrets. And it's also something that you find a pick into the jungle and you get maximum output. And you can see now, Widener going into that Rift Herald priority, while it is SVU looking at the bottom lane.
Kotena just trying to get the engagement off early on the Crown Prince. He does use the unstoppable force to get away, but can't get away for long. Kotena got the kill. Now they're pushing in bot lane. Rift Herald was secured by Widener University, though, towards the top side. They might look to get that tower.
They might, but they have a Pantheon and a Hecarim here to try and stop.
That's a 4v2, though. I don't know if they can take this one. Okay, maybe they will. There's the person, sad mummy. Cute difference, gonna go down. They get one, but it's a trade back. At Rift Herald not going to be available longer because Dave was down.
Yeah, and while all that happened, you look at mid and bot lane, and those are both being pushed in by the rest of Stony Brook University. And as you had just pointed out, you don't have a Rift Herald to just drop and try and reply in kind with Xin Zhao being gone. Dave having that will have to wait 10 seconds so he can get back on, and then getting back onto the Rift will take another 10 to where do you use this Herald for? And I'd say you just throw it down mid to win some immediate mid lane prio for this dragon, which will be spawning in 15 seconds. Get that dragon prio, get that advantage, get that additional damage ramp up there from the stats, and potentially you might be able to find a catch here or there with how SBU and most specifically Dinosaur have been performing.
Immediately you see all backs coming through. The return to the Dragon Pit is going to be resuming. You Difference and company are going to be doing the blue buff first. TP is already coming down early from Cole just to get the body to the fight. Dinosaur goes in for the engagement. You've still got Cute Difference on the side. Watch out. Gamer is in trouble as well as the bullet time over top. There's the Grand Starfall. It's scurrying like mice, but it's all SBU as they wipe the floor yet again with Widener. The only one left is going to go down too. That's an ace.
And almost in a blink of an eye, SBU just wipes Widener off of the map. Nothing else left but just bodies in the river here. Stony Brook seeing if they can get the maximum potential here. Take this mid turret, take that dragon, take every single jungle camp away from Widener University's side, and leave nothing to spare here for them when they come back from their spawn, as you can see now. All of that vision for themselves set up for that bottom lane, and even the Gromp is the only thing left on the side of Widener University's jungle. Blue buff thankfully is spawning shortly, so at least there is a top side that Widener can at least address and get to get some gold back into their pockets, because it's again encroaching on a 10,000 gold deficit, and that SBU can work with that massive advantage that they've been able to accrue and swing back for themselves to then punish to the maximum.
We do have Baron on the table now as well. See if SBU are able to get that one under wraps. The mid tower will fall for Widener, and they'll get the Rift Herald to charge on that second tower as well. Gamer going to make sure of it, but they're setting up vision around the Baron pit here just to make sure that SBU can't force it, can't do anything. They will have sights on it. Is Q Difference actually going to just go ahead and initiate the back here?
Oh.
Nope, they're fans of stopping backs on SBU. Maybe it's something taught or learned. But the fact is, you will just have a little moment of silence here, a little lull in the action between these two teams, because SBU are yes, handily in the lead, but they've come from a place of darkness, it feels, in the early game.
Not really, when it's like, sure, it was 7 kills to 1, but you're only 1,000 gold down because your CS difference was superior. Like, you had, I think it was on average 10 CS more than your opponent, and now you're looking at it here where it's like the smallest discrepancy is 20? Not even? Like, okay, 12 I think, or 13, excuse me. Now it's starting to build up now that Kotena is starting to get some more CS, but another friendly reminder is that 16 CS on average is about the same as a kill. So that's where if you're able to have that deficit and it's like, oh, okay, well, they have 1 kill over me, but I have 25 CS over them, you are in the win because of the amount of farm that you've been able to accrue over them and have on hand. So in this stage, not only is the economy of the CS leading, but now it's the kills, now it's the resources, and now it's maybe another kill as well.
I don't think he wanted to go in. But he actually ends up with Q difference. He's right where he wants to be, though, trying to put some damage down on the back line here. Grand Starfall comes through. Crown Prince. There's a big unstoppable force waiting. He misses it. Oh, no. Kotena is there with the sad mummy ulti, and there it is. Bullet time over top of it because they got the wombo combo. Now Crown Prince gets stunned up, gets taken out. Yanni on a killing spree in mid lane. The focus. Ooh, 1v1. Oh, he just obliterated him. That's a double kill for Yanni. Land and take him down.
From here, you're looking at the timers. 2 seconds until Dave Owner is up, so there will be a Sin Zhao available. I think that's just enough for Stony Brook to say, nope, Sin Zhao, no, there's a Moo Moo. Let's go ahead and back off. We got that inhibitor. Let's go ahead and reset. And, as a matter of fact, maybe let's just go for Baron instead. We have the healthiness, we have Dinosaur, and we have a key difference on this Hecarim and Leona. Of course, we have a Kraken Slayer with him, so this thing is going to go down very, very fast. There we go. That will just be the Baron power play for Stony Brook at around 23.5 minutes.
A nice pickup for them as they've gotten the inhib in mid lane against Widener as well as Baron. Now they just reset, get back to pushing the waves. There's not a dragon for another minute and a half. You can push bot lane, try to get that inhib open. Just utilize this Baron list and see how much you deal with it. See how quickly you can turn this game around because we're cresting that 24-minute mark here soon.
24 minutes and about 10 seconds. And I'm looking at the item cash-ins right now. I do not see, well, there's one item outside of Mythics that has been completed for Widener, which is Gamer's Phantom Dancer. You have that one finished. Everything else is still about 1.5 items. And on the other side, Stony Brook is 3 items in. You got 3 items on Yanni, and you're working on about 2.5, 3 for the rest of the team. You have 3 items as well in Q difference too. That is one beefy Hecarim as well. So to that end, you are in the trenches. You are down and out at the moment, and the only thing that I think Widener can now pray for is another ego check from Stony Brook, where people just go in one by one. You get to prioritize them individually, and with the Xin Zhao, Karma, and Kaisa, you can tear them apart. But that's a big hope. That's a big prayer for them, as it doesn't look like Stony Brook is keeping that business. They're saying, no, we're going to look for this fight. We're looking for the end here, and we're looking to do it
They're
through bottom
both
lane.
just sitting over the wall, just waiting to go in here as Dinosaur's just going to burn that flash. Trying to get this tower. Just a little bit of ego checking themselves, but against Widener here, as they will go for the engage. They will get, and that's a lot of CC pull on top of everybody, and that's a ton of damage put down. The only one blocking it all was Dave, but that's only for himself. Goes down. That's everybody. Wipes Grand Starfall to top it off. They can't get Dave. Last one alive just gets to watch his base burn as the final towers come in. And SBU look to make it a quick 2-0 series for themselves as this dominant team, the Goliath in the story. They will find it, they get the ace, and they take the series 2-0, staying undefeated.
The big evil bad has now shown their faces. Stony Brook dominating performance and playing with their food a bit in the early game, but I'd have to say a lot of that was also due to Widener's tenacity and aggression coming in. Like, for that early invasion in the bottom lane, we're able to get that kill onto Yanni, welcome him into the series, and then from there it was a lot of attention into that bottom lane as well, with Dan and Dave just focusing into that bottom side of the map, saying let's look for some priority, and we can look at it once again. Like, it all started off very well, because you have that initial Moo Moo power spike level 1. You can continue to catch people and punish them, and punish Dinosaur's rather ambitious plays. But this is where it turns all around. Yanni doesn't die here, and no one is able to get back onto him, and the tankiness just from a Divine Sunder or Hecarim is able to last long enough to get them underneath turret from that greed. And then while all of that is happening, pull off on the backside, and they're able to get Dragon, they're able to snowball from there, and there was no more lead left from Widener to try and work with to come back into this game. And it became an absolute stop after that. And I think this is the straw that broke the camel's back here at this fight, because it was for that Dragon, is for this mid lane pressure, and none of the damage dealers on Widener were able to get onto the proper targets because they were getting separated by the Malphite ultimate from Widener and the onslaught of shadows, and that separating them makes it easy pickings for Yanni and open mid to just take what they want, and from there it was a point of no return. And Stony Brook had played the rest of that game to perfection to take this to a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, they did really look good in finishing it out. That early game, a little bit questionable. That's where you can build off of and find out what went wrong, where the decision making was. But on the other side for Widener, you take that early game from that game and you run with it, right? You definitely want to try and find as many positives that you got out of that in terms of communication, map movements, decision making, because I feel like that was something that was hugely different from that first game. Was it definitely felt like Widener were a lot more on the same page for game 2.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's what makes it so hopeful for myself, watching them sort of progress throughout this season. Like, it's only week 2, and showing that change already and showing that shift of mentality, already being mental warriors in game 1, and then being like, all right, we're going to bring the fight to them. We're going to take these picks. We're going to look for these aggressive plays. That's what I think is really ambitious about this team, and that's what I'm really looking to see them grow and sort of evolve with throughout the season. Though to that end, I think we just have to commend the victors a little bit more onto this one. This is Stony Brook. This is a dominant powerhouse team and a dominant program as well in the collegiate scene. And this is a warning sign to a lot of the teams out there in the brackets that you're up, you're playing with Titans, you're playing with Kings right now, and you got to be ready for what they're going to take to you, because they don't look merciful here. I think that's the one message I think Stony Brook told me, is that they're not merciful players. They will look to try and take you down in a very dominating fashion.
And I will say that's something that I've loved about all the teams that we've gotten a chance to talk to so far, is that mentality of like, just because there's a skill discrepancy doesn't mean we're going to let off the gas. Like, that is showing respect to your opponent. That is showing respect to the competition itself. And the fact that we get to see these teams trying to perform their best at every moment of the tournament, I think that's huge. And it's a trend that I love to see going throughout here. And not saying that every single team is like that, right? But we have been able to talk to a lot of these teams, and that mindset is very present. And I love to see that in the collegiate growth scene as well, and seeing the development of these players, because this is a crucial pipeline in development for NA talent.
Yeah, and not to mention just sort of how the tournament is structured as well, right? That it is a system that the more you win, the more difficult the teams are going to get, the more difficult the series and challenges will be. So that's where it's like you get these games out now, like you get those all out of the way. You get this awkward seeding, because it doesn't matter. It's not a double elim competition. It's not a single elim competition. It's just you're building for those rosters. You're going to start playing in a competition that you're more suited for, and it is focused more on that development, right? That sure, maybe you're a 2-5 team, but you're playing against other 2-5 teams to help you grow and develop in a more equal and valid way than just running headfirst into these more oppressive and more like experienced and veteran rosters that will just knock you down at time and time again.
Yeah, it's always very, very keen to look at how that growth comes along per player, per team, per organization, and all that kind of stuff. But to see Stony Brook performing like they are, it's very, very nice. We also got to see the man we have for the interview coming up with us. Yanni is going to be our post-game interview to hear after coming in, subbing in into game number 2. Yanni, how you feeling? Do you have any words for Grass?
I appreciate him covering me. I was having my birthday dinner, so
oh my God! Happy birthday! We have 2 birthday boys. Coco's birthday is today too. My goodness, happy birthday, man!
Yeah. So, you know, I appreciate, shout out to Delaware and whoever they were playing for going to game 3, so that I was able to make it on time.
I got to squeeze in the last game. I appreciate it. Well, on your birthday, how do you feel after the second game? Do you feel like you guys had a decent performance coming back after that dominating start from Widener?
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about what was going on the invade. That was for fun. Then dinosaur in. You know, It happens. It's all
It
calculated,
happens,
really.
man. It happens.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. Well, so far, how has the team been feeling this season? How is it feeling playing in this Swiss bracket yet again, and being able to kind of have this ramp up performance going through? I know it's only been a couple weeks, but how's the team running so far?
I mean, like their Malphite pick, it was a rocky start for us, but we're getting in a groove with each other, and hope to only get better from here.
I can appreciate that mindset. Love the puns as well, man. You fit right in with us here. I got to give you one last moment here. Give any shout outs, call outs, anything you want to talk about as we are going to let you go after that.
I ain't got nothing to say, but shout out to my manager, Matt, for winning the team $100 RP start of the season. Best manager.
Ooh.
Oh man,
Yeah.
best manager in AM contention.
Yeah.
Yanni, thank you so much for joining us. Happy birthday. Go enjoy the win. Go enjoy the night.
Thank you. I appreciate it, fellas. Have a good night.
Take it easy, man.
Night.
Cole, you got a birthday brother here. I can
Hey.
appreciate that one, but it has been an excellent day of League of Legends, Cole. It's another day in the books at the NACE Starleague fall split, but it has been an absolute crazy one. The fact that we get to see another week go 3 and then 2 in series, and then we got the rest of the week to look forward to. We're going to be bringing up the schedule graphic now, but tons of games throughout the rest of the week. The action does not stop here. Yesterday, we got Rocket League and Overwatch. That's already done for. League of Legends was today. Then you got Call of Duty tomorrow, as well as CSGO to round us out on Friday night. This is some fun stuff, ain't it, Coco?
Oh, absolutely. And the only issue for me is I'm trying to figure out how to fix my sleep schedule, and I've got all these games I need to watch, get up and catch up to phase 2. So it's just a little bit of a difficult task, but I think it's something that we can all take on together and challenge and push us all through. And just like that, I think it's a huge kudos and shout outs to all the players and the teams as well, all pushing each other to their limits and bring the best out of them time and time again.
That's what we live for. The competition is alive in the NACE Star League, but that's going to be it for us for tonight. The League of Legends portion is over with. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Tune back in tomorrow for more action at the NACE Star League, and we'll see you there.
to